You crawled out
what I
of the
was like.
primordial ooze.
No, I was a C-section.
Me too. Let's go.
That's a weird way to refer to your mother.
I really
did
wish
not
Alex
come
would
out
just
of
commit to
that.
being from the primordial ooze.
I'll commit to
No.
that.
No,
No.
you can't just claim that.
Yeah, that's Alex.
It's like trying to give yourself a nickname.
Yeah, you can't do
No.
that either.
I'll do it.
Yeah,
I'm
call
not
me.
gonna fucking
Call me. Mecha
ignore the
Mitchell.
hard work my mother did to bring me into this world.
Mecha Mitchell.
Whatever
Only
you
to
say,
force you
Al.
to use white and brown noise.
Pregnancy and birth is
let's-
shitty.
Let's go ahead and just claim Alex a nickname. Let's just start calling her Al.
Alec.
Don't.
No, that's
Please
how
don't.
Rusty's
That's
nickname.
That's weird. I don't like that.
Alec?
Yeah.
We
Alex,
can call
Alex
her
said that-
Albert. That's fine.
Albert.
Not Al.
Oh.
How about Funny Al?
What about Al Borland? Can we call her Al Borland?
Funnel? How about Funnel? Fun Al Funnel?
Borealis.
Alex, you got any opinions on these nicknames?
Oreo Borealis.
Only
How
my
about
parents
cereal?
call me Al, so don't.
Why would your
Only
parents
your
call you
what
Al?
calls
I
you
don't
Al?
like
What if
that.
I
we're all
don't know.
What if we were all
That just seems
collectively
really
parents?
lazy. Like they don't want to waste the time on the second syllable.
That's like when Ven started only calling El Raste Al, and I was like, that's not his name.
It was like that time Nick's parents just started calling him Nick. Just save the time.
You got a little chuckle out of me. That was mildly amusing.
It's multi-layered there because Nick's
Oh.
already short for something.
Everyone just gets
Uh.
2 letters now. William is wi. Logan's
I'm wi.
low. Al ni. Ha.
And we.
Oh, Hannah's got a good one. Mi. Oh, it's gonna be really hard to tell Mitchell and Mitch apart.
You can use my last two. Oh.
Oh,
No, because that makes me feel like I'm gonna throw up.
That's appropriate.
No, I actually started gagging. I need to stop.
I don't want ASMR Mitch throwing up on mic, please.
can we get ASMR someone walking into Mitch's bedroom and punching him in the stomach and we don't know what happened? Just like a
Get me to Mitch's house. I'll do it.
Oh no.
okay. Let's spin the funny board.
Let's
1, 2, 3,
spin the
4, 5,
wheel.
6.
I'm gonna count how many times William repeats a word after itself this session.
Please do.
Look at that! It landed on
I
Alex.
get punched in the stomach.
Huh?
The wheel
That was
landed on
very
you,
hard,
Alex.
Mitchell.
What wheel?
The
That
wheel.
means you have to do the
You
recap.
spun it,
Get
it landed on
wrecked.
you.
Do you not know how to count, Ven?
No, I was
not
just doing
doing
my
the
own wheel
recap
in my
anymore?
head. I was just doing my own wheel in my head. Landed on Alex.
Okay.
Of course.
She's crushed under a wheel. Save her, guys.
Oh God.
More
This was
weight.
recommended to me.
It's the weight of
Is it
her.
recommended? Not gonna watch that.
I'm not gonna watch.
I am gonna watch that immediately.
I'm gonna do this
Are
instead.
you gonna start with D&D? Because I'd like you to start D&D.
Yeah, I said I'm gonna do this instead.
Are you gonna dance with me like bros? So we can be like a couple of bros.
Bros
like
dancing.
fucking what's the name of that movie?
Pseudonym.
Nobody puts baby in the corner. What's the name of that movie?
Dirty Dancing.
Dirty Dancing.
Grease?
Are you gonna
Oh.
do Dirty Dancing and be kind of weird because
How dirty.
Patrick Swayze was an adult
When I
and
was
that
in
chick
North
was like a
Carolina,
teenager?
my sister
How
took
dirty.
me to the place where they filmed Dirty Dancing because my sister's
Is it like the
obsessed with that
Birdman movie where the guy fucked that 16-year-old?
What?
What?
They watched me
Yeah,
watch a movie
kind
where
of.
a guy killed himself and I got sad.
Oh yeah, Birdman. That was a great movie.
It's a good movie.
That's a very good movie. I like that it upset William.
It was
that's-
nothing.
that's
There was
not
no
my
payoff.
favorite
It was
part of it, too.
upsetting. It existed to be upsetting and I didn't like that. There was no prestige. It
filmography
was
was
just
very good.
disappointing.
That sounds like me.
Oof.
I've been reading this book, and like the plot was building to this like happy ending, and then everything got sad, and half of the main characters died, and there was a scene with implicit sexual assault, and I got very upset.
Oh no. I'm also reading this book right
Did
now.
you
It's
throw it
about-
out the
After
window?
arriving in Garland
Vince, I'm also reading this book
and
about how Vin does the
discussing
intro.
many a
Here's what it
thing,
sounds like.
many a plan, many a bit of information with members of the Garish military, not least of which Owen's father, You guys were sent on a mission south to deal with a mess, a rebellion, a kerfuffle in Hobarton. On your way, you ran into strange goblins that seemed to be trying to want to interact with you. And after shooing them off and getting rid of them, you made your way further south where you came across a strange demonic ritual of some sort with someone committing the final bit of the ritual and attempting to kill you all. Though you survived, though it was impressively dangerous, the question of what in the fuck just happened remained heavy on your minds as you continued to travel south, eventually reaching the Dokar Post, where you had a night of happiness and just enjoying the garish people who enjoyed you and your stories just as much. The next morning, though plans were tenuous at best, you discussed what the best plan of attack dealing with Hobarton would be, and decided that splitting the group, at least temporarily, so that there was no immediate connection to Owen, would be the best option. So with some of you leaving and some of you staying, it is a fine, garish morning. It is Sadis, the 6th day of the season of Omen. The year in the Draco-Albastrian calendar is 1051. I ask unto you all, Amari, Owen, Evian, Rom, Ishri, Simon, and Walker, as the morning begins to grow late, what are you guys doing?
Now, just to make sure we're on the same page before we really get going, I do believe the goof was that Walker, Rom, Mitchell's character Amari, and Evian are heading off to do the preliminary scouting, while Funny McDurk, Devil Chick, and Rick, was there another person? Are staying
Wizard
back.
Man.
Wizard
Ishri,
Man.
Ishri.
Staying.
So we don't get names, but Rick gets a name.
Isn't Mitchell's character Evian?
Yeah.
What did I say?
It sounded like you said
Amari.
Mitchell's character Amari, but I
You
think
said
you I
Mitchell's
think you said
character
Mitch, but
Amari.
you like did Mitch.
My brain's been
Hey.
fucking fried this week. I might suck today. I'm sorry.
Hey, Mitchell.
preemptively.
Mitchell, let's swap characters for this session.
No.
Yeah, I've already got one
Okay.
shot planned for that. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. So,
Freaky Friday, baby.
so if we're all in agreement with that, then I think the away team is getting going.
Getting going good.
I have a small thing for that before I
Yeah, no
get
problem.
to not play D&D for the next however long.
I assume that all of the horses that are ready to go are going to be staying behind until Team Garish Prince is ready to leave.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I
Team
think so.
Gar's Prince is riding for sure.
Can
So once everybody's packed up and ready to leave, Owen kind of he sees them to the gate and he turns to them all and he says he looks at each of them in turn and he says, "It could be dangerous, but as long as you keep a low profile, don't draw too much attention, it'll be fine."
Yeah.
Nothing
all
too
stay-
new.
Nods and he says, "You all stay safe and go with my blessing." Puts his hand over his heart.
Walker nods to that, accepting the blessing, I guess. Oh god, I'm fucking so
All right. So, you guys head off. You have a day ahead of you. Walker, Amari, Rom, and Evian. What is the marching order? Just in
Walker.
case.
Walker.
Okay.
I'll go second.
I'll take the rear.
Third.
All right. You guys going to be keeping your eyes peeled?
No. You see, the last person in line is always the one who disappears. So
Yeah, so it's fine.
As long as it's not Amari, you're good.
As long as I get a long rest. Wherever I disappear to, if I can take a nap,
They
I'll be fine.
sneak away Amari, and he gets his throat slit, and then they go away, and they don't have to deal with this.
Yeah, then it's not an issue anymore, really.
Am I missing the goof here? I feel like I'm missing the goof.
Walker, Evian, perception checks from the front and back. Unless there's
Yes,
something
sir.
else you wish to do over this day of travel. From
I'll
when
do
you're
it
leaving,
first.
the estimate, as per the Garish soldiers that you spoke with, is you'll make it about sundown, maybe just after dark. Fucking hell, you guys. This isn't
Wait,
even
where's the
fun.
The demons, Vin. Where's those sneaky demons?
Where's God? Where is he?
Where are the demons?
Hello,
Well,
God,
if you
it's
look at
Walker.
the moon tonight, you might find God.
I heard Moon. Hello.
You're not here.
Oh,
Get fucked,
okay.
loser.
I'm sorry.
I'm
All
sorry.
right, so
Stinky wizard man.
with Evian in the back, Walker in the front, Rom taking Ishri's place as Amari's can't let him die or we're all fucked protector. You guys begin to head south. You have your bags packed, you have a plan set up, and you travel for the day. It is quiet. It is definitely cooler. There is a breeze cutting through the valley as you start to go further south. I didn't know that emojis worked in Foundry, and I'm really disappointed that I have now found that out.
Dire.
That's probably the worst thing that I've learned this week, because it's now like, there's nothing I can do, it's just on the recording now. Alright, that's...
Those are the
I'm gonna say that that's 52.
I promise not
Didn't
to
work.
abuse this.
That's 52
didn't
eyes, I
work.
counted. That's 52 eyes,
didn't
that's
work,
one
guys.
for each roll of your perception. That's all you get.
All I want to say is that Rom's message is me and Walker looking out, and mine is the rest of the eyes that we see looking back.
Why, emoji's not working, guys.
So, you guys head south with your now ramshackle party of miscreant-looking people together. And Amari.
We look like mercs, probably.
I mean, if you didn't have Amari, who's much more put together, much more, like... I would say if you guys looked like anything, especially here in the Garish countryside, you would look like hired mercs by Amari.
Huh. Is that something like Rom could have, like, figured out early on and roughed him up a bit?
I mean, it's not necessarily a
What?
bad thing, but, like, yeah, if you just wanted him to look a bit more... I know that canonically, Amari has always worn nicer clothing. He always keeps himself, you know, nice, clean-cut hair. He's always, you know, the most put-together member of the group.
But I feel like it wasn't the... We talked about a plan last week. I'm fucking so tired. It was that the group was helping Walker find his family, and they were just his friends, and there's an idea of getting away from the war before it really ramps back up.
And at a glance, it may not appear that way, but I'm sure it would be an easy sell of a story.
Right.
Like, it's not as if you guys look like you're, you know, being commanded at Amari's behest.
Okay.
So. Continuing south, your eyes peeled, all 52 of them. It's a lot of eyes. You guys continue to head into the valley. The smell of not necessarily swamp, but definitely standing water starts to get stronger as the day goes on. The afternoons are still very hot, even as you get into the valley and there's that breeze cutting through the mountains. It's still like, you still gotta, you know, get your cloaks up and just keep the heat off of you until it starts to set. But cutting through the mountains and getting close to the hills, it's not, by early afternoon, you've got a bit of shade, and as long as you're a little careful with your travels, you'd have no problem avoiding the heat. You don't see any travelers heading back. No immediate signs of activity. As you get into the Rat Creek Valley proper, it's well afternoon, before dark, still well afternoon. And you start to see little bits of farm here and there, a pasture with some cows. You just kind of walk past. No one seems to be paying you any mind. A farmer tilling the fields, the basics. You can see what looks like probably a growing crop of corn, the last one before it starts to get cold. It's still not well on its way, but it'll probably hit before the cold takes it of the winter-ish months. Eventually, as you get further and further into the valley, the groups of houses start to get closer together, forming not even something you can consider a village, but a co-op. 4 or 5 homes together on a road with maybe a couple hundred feet between them, each having their own little bit of farmland or their own little bit of backyard or what have you. At one point, a man with a long, wide-brimmed straw hat just kind of sitting on a porch just waves to you very pleasantly, very simply.
Walker will nod back.
Evian will wave.
Yep.
Always wanting to one-up Walker.
Wowie. Good old rivalry.
And the day continues like this. There's just a sense of laid-backness to it all. As you get closer to the river itself, there's less people immediately. It is a fairly heavy river and a bit rocky and cliff-like. You'd be able to intonate there's probably not a lot of good growing land immediately with the river, given the almost mountainous terrain, but you continue to start to, you pivot where there is a split in the road, the proper dirt path, not even stone or anything, heading westward with a sign that says Hobarton, and a desire path that looks very uncommonly walked, just some damage from horses and wagons heading in the eastern direction down the river. You follow this for most of the rest of the day, and it is just maybe as you hit sundown, it's rough because you are walking into the sun, so you have to shade your eyes, and it slows you down a bit, but eventually it falls behind the horizon, and you make your way to Hobarton. You see a small... This is not unlike Dunrock, in that you see a small outpost with a couple of buildings on the north side of the river, but the majority of this city, the grand majority, is on the south side. Past the bridge. But you see a couple of people, one of them just kind of...
You say it's like Dunrock?
A bit, yes.
Wouldn't it be like Tivic Rest?
Similarly as well, yeah, you could say Tivic Rest as well.
Was there a big river in Dunrock?
Yes.
Yes?
Oh, what?
Do you
Never
remember
mind.
the whole Fish People Lake?
I remember the lake, but...
Yes,
anyway,
there
let's
was a
move
river
on.
that you had to cross to get into Dunrock proper. But yes, I didn't even put 2 and 2 together on Tivic Rest being similar as well. Yeah, there is a sense of that similarity, and you get to the outpost, and there's a couple of people saying their guards would be generous. You can see one of them has a curved short sword, maybe of some sort, at their side. Another one has is sitting down in a chair with and again, a nice straw, wide-brimmed hat. Not sleeping, but obviously like leaning back in the chair, head down, with what looks like a small crossbow up against the side of their the side of the wall next to them on this small, think of it similar to like an Old West train station, in that it's a small one-room building they're sitting up against with a little lean-to across it.
As far as these guards go, sizing them up, how fucked would they be if they tried to fight us?
What a question.
These guys don't look, like I said, They're not wearing any armor.
Right.
The man with a crossbow there is a bolt loaded into it.
Ooh.
You do not see any other bolts nearby. He doesn't
So
have
you're saying-
he doesn't have a quiver of bolts, a rack of bolts, nothing. There's just one loaded into it.
So what you're saying is that most of us could probably take them out ourselves.
I mean,
Right.
It only
We found
takes
you
one
some
shot.
good enemies to level against.
Let's go.
It only takes one shot for everything to go downhill.
Takes
Anyway,
one crit.
moving on.
He's dead.
yeah. So they definitely do not seem to be the proper garish guard type of any sort. And one of them just like the one with the sword, just kind of where he was standing, he kind of like lifts his hat up and just gives you this slight nod and just, oh, hello there. How are you doing?
Good.
Greetings.
That's it. They don't stop you.
Cool, cool.
Nice.
I gotta say, I was dying last session when you guys were like, how, where we go?
Some great
These guys don't
Good
give a shit.
interaction.
Oh, it was
Good
killing me last
interaction. Loved
session.
it.
Oh.
Fulfilling.
Yeah, and you guys cross the bridge and head into Hobarton proper.
I think, guys, they're so nonchalant because they're actually like level 15 and they could beat the tar out of us.
Oh no.
You guys,
Sure.
you guys get into the town.
They're each loaded up with a false tooth of power word kill.
Yeah. They're all wizards. Every single one.
No, they just all have guns.
They're so expertly hidden that you guys don't spot them.
No, they're just in the back of their belt. You're not looking for a gun. No one can hide a weapon there in Atlium.
We don't know what guns are.
Yeah. There's a guy in
Okay,
a watchtower with a fucking sniper rifle trained on you right now.
Oh no.
Walker,
what
is that red dot on your forehead?
So you guys cross the bridge. It's fairly well maintained for what you would assume is a place that has fallen on hard times, but the town in general is fairly lively. There's a square, just like you walk maybe a minute or two past the bridge, and there's a square with a lot of stalls set up, people trading, a bit of revelry, and just like people out drinking, talking. You can see something similar to a Antellier stockade, though not exact. It's more like a generic jailhouse, just off the square.
Right.
I'm not going to say it's well built, but it definitely sticks out as a jailhouse. Other than that, there is a watchtower in the just again past the square. There's a small bit where the road splits in half for a little while, and in the middle of it, it cuts around a fairly tall, if simple, watchtower. You can see there are two people up in it. You don't see any weapons on them. People seem fairly relaxed right now. Just feels like a regular small to medium-sized farming town.
Is there an obvious tavern? There's people are drinking.
Yes, there are people drinking, and there is an obvious tavern. It is just on the southern portion of the square. There's a bit where there are no stalls, and there are you spend a moment just kind of getting the gist of it, and yeah, there's not a line out the door, but there are some people outside drinking. There are the sounds of glasses clinking and conversation coming from inside as well.
Hmm. Well, that seems like a good place to start. Walker will lead the group that way.
Yeah, sounds like a good idea to me.
Mm-hmm.
You guys head in, and it is as celebratory as any tavern could be in these times. It's immediately, there's just a sense of like, you can feel a couple of eyes on you. The more insightful amongst you would probably get that sense of, it's a fairly closely knit group, these people who probably don't see outsiders a lot, so in that sense you guys stick out at least a bit. But no one's paying you too much mind. Like, people are like, you get that thing where like you walk in and people look at you just to acknowledge you and then look away, and then they'll look back at you for a second and just be like, huh, given that, oh, I don't recognize you type of look. But not in a suspect way, in a surprised way. Yeah. It's a fairly simple, if overcrowded tavern.
Is there a good spot for us to sit?
There is nowhere currently to sit. A lot of people are standing.
Cool.
I'm sorry, I should ask before. Is this the type of tavern that'd also have like an inn attached, or?
You didn't see an inn attached to it or anything. Like, it seems like a straight-up tavern, and after a moment, you see a man with a nice mustache, very long mustache. It's kind of a, handlebar style, falls off of his face, and he just kind of waves you down and just, are you all right? You seem a bit, off. Need a drink? Best one's on the house, and hands you each a tankard.
Oh, thank you.
Sure. Thank you kindly.
It's not piss water.
Oh boy.
It's generic ale. It doesn't taste great, but it's ale.
Oh boy.
Moment later, he and comes back and just, right. You seem a bit lost. There's something that you're looking for.
Yes, actually. My name's Walker. I'm actually looking for some family members of mine.
He gives a curious eyebrow raise. Yeah, not many people come around this pot. Not often, anyway. These days.
Well, it's farther from the war than some cities, so just making the rounds.
He gives a little bit of agreement. I mean, I'm not gonna say we don't see no one, because every once in a while people hiding out from the war, people, sometimes people don't want to be fighting sort of late, since the invasion, occasionally people come through here hoping they fall through the cracks and don't have to die in a war.
Understandable.
Gives a little nod.
What's your name?
Credence. He gives just a little quick nod. Alphonse Credence. I'm a proprietor here at the Rat Creek's finest. I will give you that name as Fergus drives by.
Tell him we said hi.
What?
Can you give him my love, please?
Am I retarded? What are we talking about?
Fergus, you
Fergus.
loser!
Oh, the fucking
The motorcycle, yeah.
I heard it as well.
Mm.
It just took a bit there.
And he gives another little smile and just like, so what, these people you're looking for, anything we can do to help?
Out of character, someone else talk while I write this down.
Oh.
Walker says that.
Someone else talk.
I mean,
We don't have to talk.
Everyone is just silent as William fucking takes
one
notes.
would
Thanks, guys.
expect Walker to maybe describe his family.
Being this the only tavern in town?
He gives a bit of a pursed look. Only one that's worth a spit.
Well, I imagine if anyone's seen them, it might be you. Walker will give a brief description of his mother and younger brother.
As you say that, it'd be you. He has like this almost like not offended, but like he thinks he should be, and then it takes him a second to like figure out, oh, he's actually kind of complimenting me. And he like continues.
Wait, what? Did that sound offensive?
Like almost like for 1 second he thought you were just being like stereotypical for some reason. He was just like, wait a minute, and then he was like, oh, okay. Just seems a little on the slow side, this guy. And he just, right,
You bully him today.
I don't think I've seen anyone quite like that lately. When our son coming around here, we would have probably remembered. I can ask around, but as I said, not expecting too much from them.
Hmm. Anywhere else I should check?
I mean, only other place with a place to stay for non-locals would be Vaster. Pretty damn far down, though.
Hmm.
And then you're in the wilderness for hells of a long time.
Where's a good place to stay around here?
He kind of like sniffs at his nose and scratches his nose a bit and just, we had a nice big inn that people took off and kind of been shut down, so
Shut down?
I mean, no one to take care of it and know exactly a lot in the ways, so they said they were, owners said they were gonna move to Nash Street for a while, come back when things were a bit less crazy. People were coming this way, so now your best bet's probably going to be, he had, and he kind of motions in a southern direction out one of the window, out the back window. Up the hill there a bit, there's a mansion. He kind of air quotes the word mansion. Manor, I suppose. Kind of been turned into one since they left.
Hmm.
Don't know that they got a name for it yet, but ask for Eric Forsen. He owns the place, or at least manages it. So that'll probably be your best bet.
Oh, thank you.
He just gives another nod. Anything else I can get you? I mean, I know about quite the travel heading out from the north, right?
That's right.
Dinner? More drink? First one was on the house, the rest won't be, though.
Dinner. Dinner would be good. Walker will put some appropriate coin on the table. Or he just walked up to us? I guess hold out the appropriate
Yeah, he's
coin?
just talking to you while you guys are drinking.
You just pull out and offer the appropriate coin.
And, I'll go ahead and get you a few bowls. We got a nice meat stew going. And go in a couple days, nice and seasoned, ready to go. That's best right about now. And he gives a little half wink at that.
Walker
How
just
lovely.
nods.
And eventually they get you some bowls, some spoons, and you find your way over there. Kind of having to do the awkward, hold your cup, your tankard up against your body with one hand while holding the bowl and then scooping it with the other.
I think while the guy was gone, Walker would have passed his mug to, like, Evian, who I'm assuming already finished his first one.
Yeah. He would have finished his first in the time that the conversation was happening.
And, yeah, so you guys have something resembling a fairly decent dinner. It's a generic meat stew. Not unlike what you would have expected as the average to cheap option in any Lenorian tavern or inn. It's fine. It's not great. It's not the best thing you've ever had. It's average.
I'd like to chat up the tavern keeper a bit more. If he
I mean, he's behind the bar. He's, he's not super busy, but, like, it takes a minute to flag him down, and he just kind of...
Walker probably, like, wait for, like, a lull and him being busy. Like, he's pretty observant. He'll probably just wait for the lull and then head over.
Yeah, after a couple minutes, he just kind of, like, he leans on the bar and just leans a little too close. Just, like, slightly. Just, like, for 1 second, he just leans too close and leans back and just, what did you need? Not around?
Luckily, Walker doesn't mind and doesn't believe in social distancing, so he'll just continue talking to the guy.
What do you need? Another round?
I was actually hoping to ask a few more questions, if you don't mind.
By all means.
So you said not too many people come around here, is that right?
I mean, he gives this look of just a head shake. No one's heading to the Rat Creek Valley these days at all. Unless you
Not
live
at all.
here. If you don't live here, what's the reason to come? I mean, you're looking for somebody, but... Shrugs at that point.
Hmm. There's the time where William is trying to think of a way to bring this into more prudent territory, but I was having trouble. Hey, Alex, you should have Rom walk up and mention something about any runaway soldiers or something.
William's got
Any
nothing. He's
runaway
off his game.
soldiers?
Yeah, like, ask if there's any, like, deserters or something. And maybe that'll lead into talking about the fucking actual guards or something.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right.
I mean, it's the thing is, I would have Walker do it, but that's the type of thing that's a little bit peculiar to ask.
Mhm.
And then Walker doesn't have the charisma to back up that being a weird thing to ask.
Okay. All right. Well then, I guess eventually Rom would step up to bring back her empty bowl and just sort of casually mention, "You said there were deserters here, something like that. Have there been many runaway soldiers and such?"
Not many, and none of them would outwardly say it, but it's pretty obvious when someone fighting for the cause decides not to and heads this way. You know, they got that look about them.
What about the other side? Have you seen much danger come this way?
What do you mean? The Nor?
That's right.
He kind of purses his lips a bit. No, we've been blessed to not really be dealing with it. It's been nice. They wanted us to. At this point, he gets a little. They were asking about drafting some of us, getting us to help them fight, but he, at this point, just spits on the ground. Fuck that.
Is there a dispute or something?
Not so much a dispute, but
A feud?
he purses his lips again. It's not all in my purview to talk about. All I'll say is, when we have a rough winter, when we run out of food, and we ask for help, the kins aren't there for us. So why should we be there for them?
Walker kind of... He considers the thought and then nods. Help is,
It's a two-way
should be
street.
reciprocated.
Yeah, definitely.
Walker nods a few more times. Proceeds to ask a few more bullshit questions about people coming through. The type that would seem like, a guy looking for his
Yeah.
family.
The only other thing that you really get from it is,
And to mention, the questions aren't bullshit. They'd be things Walker would actually
Yes.
ask about it, but
yeah.
he knows they're not going to actually give him the results.
Yeah, but no, the only other thing you get is like there is you definitely get a sense that like much like how deserting soldiers come through here and they just kind of know because they have a look about them. Petty criminals also do much the same, and maybe not so petty criminals, but as long as they the Rat Creek Valley has a very live and let live. If they're not gonna fuck with us, we won't fuck with them.
It's interesting. Well, thank you for your answers
Gives another nod.
and the food.
Thank you for showing up here. Seeing something that we haven't been seeing much of late. The outside world's a strange one compared to the valley here.
One last thing.
Yeah.
Are there any problems around here? Do a little bit of side work as a mercenary, make ends meet while I'm looking for him.
He purses his lips for a bit and just... I mean... We got some people in chains that we don't really know what to do with long term. Planning on, he kind of like
chains?
thinks about... The mayor's land
Criminals?
claim officer in chains. We're planning to banish him out of the valley. Haven't really been able to. Been sitting in the jail since.
Interesting.
Unless you want, escort a prisoner the hell out of here. I don't know that, what exactly that is to do. I mean, kids stealing food and doing stupid shit's about the most dangerous thing in the valley, unless you're counting the rats.
Walker looks around. Is this guy making a joke? Is that an actual issue?
Give me an insight
Why
check.
is it called Rat Creek?
I'll do
By
an
the way.
insight check. Son of a bitch!
As you're thinking about that and trying to read whether or not he's joking, Rob, you ask that, and the rat's a real big rat problem. I mean, it's not so bad once everything's built, but you gotta exterminate every season. Things get bad. Mostly in the spring after the winters when we're not out and active and deal with things. Why else would it get a name like that?
She shrugs. I mean, that's what she asked.
Shape of a creek, I guess.
And he kind of gives a bit of a nod. Just big rats coming from the river. Nasty big rats, but rats nonetheless. Nothing we can't deal with.
Right. Yeah. Thanks again.
You're really looking for work and you're desperate. There's always more stuff going on in Vaster. But again, that's quite the journey. Maybe not for you, but quite a lot of time to spend for a foreigner here in the valley.
Ben, does he mean foreigner to the valley, or...?
Yes, to the valley.
Oh, okay.
He was not
right.
assuming that you were Lenorian or anything.
Okay. I think that'll be enough for the conversation for Walker. He's going to make his way back to the other two. Leave Ross behind.
Goodbye, Ron.
Rom will shoot the shit about rats for a little while and then return to the...
You will learn
I
that...
mean, a big rat's coming
Can
from
I-
the river? That's a little weird.
Can I ask a favor? Can you
I guess.
RP shooting the shit about rats?
Not allowed.
I bet Logan, Hannah, and Nick would really love that.
That's, yeah.
You see, every spring after, the new... They all, Have you ever seen how many rats one rat can have? They get pretty damn big. I'm talking the size of a small... And he kind of, motions of, He's motioning to, the size of, if you were estimating what he's, doing with his hands, maybe a 15-pound dog.
Wow.
And he's just
Well, that certainly is something.
we have traditions here every year. The frost melts and is dealt with, and you get back to the proper growing season, and then we have the kids hunt the rats, and they have competitions and things like that for them. It's not the funnest thing in the world, but it gives them something to do, teaches them how to hunt. All the basics.
Certainly.
And he gives another little shrug. I mean, what else is there to say? They're a nuisance, we found a way to use them. Bigger than the damn ones that you see on ships sometimes. He gives a little wide-eyed, just shudder at that.
Well, that's certainly an interesting tradition and all, and...
Don't get me wrong, I get that it's weird, but it's, again, making the best of an awkward situation.
This is so surreal.
What?
What does that mean?
I feel like I'm in a fever dream. Anyway, Rom will eventually say, thank you and goodbye and return to the squad.
Alright.
Where Walker has already informed the others about the situation. Of course, not too loud so everyone fucking hears, but he would make sure everyone is up to speed on what they learned. specifically where to sleep, what the general thought of being drafted is, and the whole reciprocity.
You having trouble there, lad?
I'm so fucking.
Try again.
How they haven't been getting aid, and don't want to fucking be drafted because of it.
So it seems like if we maybe, I don't know, went back to Owen's dad and we're like, hey, fucking help them out every once in a while too.
I thought that
might
was
help a little bit. I don't
Evian
know.
talking for a second.
Oh no, sorry.
Let's go back to Owen's dad and just tell him to fuck off. So what's about that, and talk about where to go get lodgings and also the prisoner thing.
Okay.
And I guess that's when Ron walks up.
Yeah.
I hate you all.
Anyone else want to play D&D tonight? Is it just me and William?
I do. I want to play D&D.
Weird
Good place with someone.
conditions.
Oh.
What's that?
I don't
Alex?
think I've ever seen a rat as big as they said they come.
Sure, he's just exaggerating.
I've heard
kind
of
of right
rats
to me.
that
That-
big.
that
I've
sounds
heard
like
of rats
a-
bigger.
Like a rodent of unusual size.
I don't know. It all sounds kind of dumb. Anyway,
I've seen things named worse for less.
and yeah, we have better things to do than stand around here and talk about rats. Let's go see about getting a place to stay for the night.
All right.
What time is it?
After sundown. You arrived just after sundown. You've been here for probably half hour, 45 minutes, maybe an hour, depending on how quickly you were eating and everything. So it's, it's like 8, 9 p.m. at this point.
Makes
I have to
sense.
imagine Rom's been talking to the guy about rats for 2.5 hours since.
Not that long.
Do you want to put
Maybe
it in
like
real time,
15
Alex? I
minutes.
can do this in real time.
No.
Oh.
I don't think
10,
William-
15 minutes tops.
So Walker will lead the group over to the manor thing.
Yeah.
And hope the guy wasn't fucking with him.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. All right, so you head over south to the manor that he vaguely pointed out. There are a couple. This one, the largest, but probably not the nicest. Knock on the door, and there's a moment, and you see this girl, maybe 12, 13, answer. She goes, "Oh, hello." Look. Just turns back. "Papa, is people here?" And then slams the door shut in your face, and you hear her running away.
I
Walker
open
Honestly,
Walker's
fair.
crosses his arms, looks back to the others, no expression. Then turns back to the door.
So,
Wait a minute, see if she comes back.
About 30 seconds later, you see a man answer the door. The daughter now got kind of like short, dark hair, like just past the ear. She's currently like standing behind her dad, like peeking around him, looking at you as if he is part of the door. He has a kind of dark auburn hair, about to his chin in length. Currently, some of it brushed back behind his ears, wearing a bit of 5 o'clock shadow, maybe a little bit worse, wearing very simple round spectacles, kind of on the lanky side. He just, hello, what can I do for you lot?
My name is Walker. Are you Eric Forson?
Yes, I am. Okay, he kind of looks, you need a place to stay.
That's right. The tavern keep mentioned you.
Yes. Ever since the Rat Creek Inn shut down, I tried to help people when they can. I only have any kind of like looks that there's 4 of you. I've only got a couple of rooms. Not really expecting big groups. Can you do with 2 rooms, or otherwise
That'd be fun.
the living quarters you can set up a pack in, motioning to the travel bags you're still carrying with you.
I'm sure we wouldn't mind sharing.
Well then, by all means. He opens the door, and as he does, the little girl just runs away upstairs.
She flees?
Yes.
Ugh.
You
Do I get
guys...
an
Terrifying.
opportunity attack?
No, but her dad does.
If you want to take it, Evian, you can.
No!
Punt a toddler. I'll keep playing.
She's like 12! Why is she a toddler?
Yeah, basically a toddler. Mitch is basically a toddler. And, you know,
We're
they're
all
all
the
toddlers
same.
until like 21.
Oh. So, you guys are guided up to the second floor. You can smell a bit of like that kind of mildewy, like this place is in a bit of disrepair, definitely.
Mm.
But you,
With my excellent wood knowledge, can I see the issue from where I stand?
Are we gonna get a respiratory disease?
Is that a best?
Do we need to
Have
alert?
you
do we
or a
need to
loved
alert,
one
when we
suffered
were in
from
certain regions where
mesothelioma?
fungal infections were common?
May be entitled to
Walker,
compensation.
give me give me the stupid wisdom woodworking check.
Thank you. And thanks for laughing, Alex.
That was a fucking dumb joke.
Oh.
Wood carvers. Use. Wisdom. Normal. Boom. Shakalaka.
You gather, like, you take a quick glance around the entryway, and you gather it's not just one thing, like, the roof
It's old.
probably... Yeah, it's old and the roof needs to be reworked, like, badly. There's damage to, like... You can see where it's, like, leaking into, like, the sides of the walls on the second floor, which means, like, there's stuff on the walls on, like, the outside that probably needs work, like, on the windowsills and things. Like, it's just very old, and there's no singular problem. It's a lot of problems.
There is a moment where Walker's putting together a mental list of everything that needs to be done to fix this place up, and then he realizes they're probably going to be here for a night only, and quickly pushes it from his mind.
On the second floor, you are guided down a hall where there are two small to medium-sized rooms. You would gather in a more well-off town with a more well-off family owning this. They would probably be servants' quarters. The two rooms are, while not attached, they're right next to each other, and very blatantly was probably one fairly large room with what is obvious to Evian and Walker, very small, like, separation wall in the middle.
Understandable.
And you guys
Evian,
are
why don't you
guided to it.
Evian, why don't you head to bed? See if you can get enough rest into,
Not a bad idea.
you know,
To see if I can fully
finally kick
regain
this
whatever
thing.
the fuck, yeah. And Evian, with that, we'll go to bed.
All right.
Just the other two, Walker will
We
say.
tuck him in and give him a little kiss on the forehead.
Walker watches Rom do that alone. Judges her slightly and says, let's go ahead and let him sleep for as long as possible. Maybe wake him up before we head off or before we do anything too crazy tomorrow. Or if we're just walking around seeing the sights, it shouldn't be... You know, we shouldn't need everyone.
Good idea.
You guys...
I'd say tomorrow we should just... all I really have in mind is speaking with the mayor, talk to him about his problem. Maybe we'll hear something else. Though, I think we already have all the information we need.
Can always learn something else. Or at least there's the possibility, I suppose.
Based on the issue we said, it might just take some negotiating to change their minds. I suppose we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
As you guys head off to bed, you are informed that there's no charge or anything. You're free to stay the night. As long as you're, you know, not going to be
Not
a mess, you're free to,
assholes.
yeah, as long as you're not assholes, you're free to stay till, you know, mid-morning, early afternoon. If you want to pitch in with early morning chores, you can, but you're not required to.
Walker will definitely end up doing that, but for now he will hit the hay and get a decent amount of sleep. 5-6 hours.
All right.
Nothing crazy.
All right. Meanwhile, let's see what Ishri, Simon, and Owen are doing.
Nothing. Sit quietly and wait for our turn.
So, as your friends leave the Dokar post mid-morning, you guys, what is your plan for the day? How long are you waiting before leaving? Are you planning to leave the same day? Give them a day's grace? What?
I was thinking we give them like half a day and then plan to camp, like, because the thing was, don't cross the bridge is what they said.
Yeah.
You cross the bridge, you're fucked, right? So if we don't cross the bridge, like, maybe it'll be okay. So I was thinking that we could leave, like half a day after them, and then plan to camp outside Hobarton.
Outside the valley, and just, you know, make
so
the
we're
rest,
like close.
Yeah, make the last like 4 or 5 hour travel the next day.
Exactly.
Okay. So, with that, what is the marching order for Team Ishri, Owen, Simon, Rick?
So one thing that I think I'd like to address before that is when it comes time to leave, Owen, he's got all the horses ready, and he he knows that Simon can ride, and he knows that Rick can ride, but he kind of takes Ishri aside a little bit, and he says, in hushed tones, he says, "Going to be all right, riding?"
Yeah. I mean, I've talked to them a little bit, and I gave them that apple one time. I think I got this. It should be fine, right?
Owen smiles and nods, pats Ishri on the shoulder encouragingly. There's
And then
nothing to
feeds
it.
her an apple.
I mean, I can just get off of it if it's a problem, right?
Of course.
Easy. Yes. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
If you wish, you can ride next to me, and if you have any problems, you just let me know.
I'll figure it out. Thank you. Yes, I got this.
And with that, Owen takes the head of the group, eager to be off on the web.
All right. Simon and Ishri, who's on patches? Who's on Kafhow?
I would say that Evian would have mentioned to Ishri that Kafha is used to a heavier load, and she is one of the bigger ones of the group with armor, so that might be the move.
Yeah, she'll take Cat then.
All right. Oh my god, you guys are actually fucking riding. You're wearing fucking colors. You look like soldiers. Dude. Oh, all right. Simon and Ishri, please give me animal handling checks.
Oh, easy.
I don't suppose there's anything I can do to help with this.
Not especially.
I mean, they're both fine. They're great.
Yeah. It's very touch and go at first, but Ishri, over the course of a couple hours as the sun begins to set, you start to kind of get used to it, and you're like, oh, this isn't so bad. And occasionally, Kafhow kind of kicks or moves a little bit more hyperactively, and you get that momentary tinge of, oh, guys, it gonna kill me. And then you're like, oh, no, it's not gonna kill me. It's a horse. It listens. It's a good boy. And, you kind of have to deal with that, but for the most part, Simon, you're fine on patches, and Ishri, through all of your apparent equine fears, you are conquering them and riding Kafhow south.
Can Ishri try to just feed it constantly the entire time she's riding it? She knows that calms it down.
Oh, feeding it what? Just trail rations?
Yeah, rations. She doesn't have any other food. Maybe some aloe. Maybe she grabs a little bit extra aloe and tries to feed it that. Which she does not bring the entire plant this time.
Oh my god, she's leaving it at the Dokar post?
Learned. Yes, yeah.
Oh. It's gonna be really sad if you forget about that and leave it there. So, you take the piece of, like, probably an hour in. And you've seen she's probably feeding Kafau a little more than she should, but, like, you know what? It's a horse. It's traveling. It's working off the calories. It's fine.
Kafau deserves it.
Yeah. Kafau has to carry Evian's giant ass around all day. It's fine.
I love him.
And then you hear, like, this little whinny, and, like, the ears are back, and Kafau's just kind of panicked. And you kind of look back from the front of the group, Owen, and you can see Ishri trying to feed it it's, like, got its mouth wide open, and just, like, looking disgusted almost. As disgusted as a horse can, with little bits of aloe gel all in its teeth and mouth.
Owen pulls on Luath's reins, and he says, "Whoa, Ishri, what's going on there?"
Well, I didn't know what to feed it, and this I figure it's a plant and it eats plants, so I try to give it the plant, and it likes food.
Oh, some plants are not for eating.
Oh,
Like that one.
Oh, okay.
Owen's gonna wheel Luath around and trot up next to Kafau and make a show about, like, patting Kafau's neck while he's still riding Luath, and he's gonna talk to Kafau like, "Oh, there. It's all right. She didn't know it. She didn't mean any harm by it."
Oh God. Give me an animal handling check.
Oh no.
Convince Kafau that Ishri wasn't trying to poison it.
Pretty big, dude.
There you go. See, you roll it when it counts.
I mean, Owen the horse girl is much more powerful than Owen the battle cleric.
That was
After a
good
moment,
line,
Kafau calms down. You get out water skin and dump some water, and it's desperately like a hamster that, like, just woke up. It's like trying to, like, eat the water skin. Oh.
Like a hamster that just woke up?
Yeah, you know how they go crazy when they first wake up on the little water things, the little water dispensers. It's like that, trying to, like, gobble up this water skin, desperately trying to drink as much water as it can.
Okay.
I love my boy. My horsey boy.
But eventually calming down. Rick, he has willingly taken the rear just while Ishri gets used to riding, and, so the god mage doesn't get killed in an ambush. So,
Wait, is that me?
No, that would be Simon.
Okay,
You watched Simon call down a fucking meteor of spectral light onto people, like, 2 days ago.
Oh yeah, I kind of forgot about that.
That did happen, yeah.
So if you could give me a perception check, please, Owen. Rick will be doing it in the back.
It's pretty big, dude.
Rick's isn't.
Nice. Yeah, he rolled a 2 and I rolled a 19. Polar opposite.
The duality of man. Rick keeping his eyes peeled behind him. Lots of, we're great. Isn't this just great? Not having to worry about getting ambushed or nothing. Being able to run if we do. Being on horseback, getting all of our stuff carried nice and quick. Talking half to himself, half to you guys very casually. Trotting along with Ruthie very proudly.
I'll admit, it is nice to ride.
Shame we couldn't have got more horses. We'll really sped this whole thing along.
Aye. Perhaps we should ask next time. Horses are scarce in times of war, though.
Yeah, I imagine with them towns getting evacuated, every single beast of burden that exists in Garland's gonna be on high alert, being dragged into it right now. I mean, evacuating an entire town and, trying to do all that their crop pulling, getting anything they can last minute. Them poor horses are gonna need a damn break after that. And he kind of pats Ruthie on the neck and just, well, at least Ruthie got out of all that hard work. Now he just gets to travel the world with a world-renowned traveler. And he rolls his own eyes at his own joke. And eventually, as you guys travel, the sun begins to set. You are making the fastest pace this group has ever traveled at, Owen. Like, you guys are like, this is heaven for you. Like, 4 people all on horseback without a comical amount of shit that needs to be pulled. Like, if you guys needed to hurry, you could probably, like, make it there tonight. Which is a completely different experience from the normally slow, methodical, and very heavy amount of things that need to be brought along for this group. But eventually, passing into the valley passing into the, between the mountains before you reach the valley proper, as things get a little heavier in that smell of stagnant water, and not overtly swamp, but well on its way to being. Just a few horrible storms and a bit of geographical fuckery, and this place will be an uninhabitable shithole. But before then, you get to enjoy it a bit. And you find a nice place near the mountains to set up camp for the night.
We don't see, like, we don't travel far enough to see the people, right?
No, this would be like right at the edge. Like, you might see like the smoke and some torchlight very far in the distance, but that would be it.
That's fine. That's ideal.
Yeah.
As we're all setting up camp and stuff, Ishri is going to, like, while we're all setting up camp, Simon, what is your favorite song?
My favorite. Jeez, I haven't. Ben, what's my knowledge on music?
I mean, you understand the concept of like, what do you mean? You know what music is?
Like, I don't think Simon, like, I don't get to listen to music. I don't know how to answer that question.
Simon doesn't give a shit. Like, Simon's like, whatever, music. Like, he doesn't have a strong opinion on music.
I guess the tune that goes and you'll start randomly humming.
I mean,
Yeah.
I was just curious to learn more about these things because Owen shared his with me the other day, and or a song that he liked, and I was just interested.
Music wasn't my forte. Sorry.
That's a really good pun. Nobody else? Forte?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Anyway. So, I apologize for cutting that off.
Well, I mean, I think that as with that, then Ishu just kind of like nod and just hum along to the tune that Owen taught her the other day.
Rick begins helping set up camp, and without Rom, he kind of looks around, like, you can tell the guy feels bad eating his nice, like, beef jerky seasoned and everything alone.
Owen's like laid out the fucking shitty trail rations for the boys and history.
Simon can make them taste better, so Simon will do that.
He hasn't done it before, but he'll do it now for you. Oh. So, Rick gives that little, like, oh, well, if he can do that, then y'all don't need me quite as much for this little portion of our fun journey.
You know,
And,
someday, Rick, maybe we'll convince Walker to get us some real food.
Maybe someday y'all can convince him to sleep more than 3 damn hours.
Someday.
Yeah, I don't think Walker's going to be convinced of anything he doesn't want to do.
He does seem like he has quite the stick up his ass, doesn't he?
Oh, I hope not.
Owen chuckles.
I'm just saying, I mean, do you think, like, that's him, or does it have to do with, him trying to find his mom? Like, do you think he he'll start being less, and he does the crazy thing with his finger pointing at his head. You think he'll be less like that if, we find them, or is that just how he is? 'Cause, I mean, I've never met anyone quite that willing to, you know, kill themselves to a goal. Like, it's one thing to risk your life. It's another to risk your mental life like that.
Ishri shrugs and says, I mean, I know plenty of people who went off into the wilderness for random goals to find information they didn't even know. And that's a little bit more risky than whatever Walker's doing, so.
I mean,
Seems
yeah,
kind of normal to me.
Sure, but like, do you ever know anyone who just didn't sleep sometimes?
Oh, no, that's just dumb.
Yeah, that's what, okay.
You must admire his sense of purpose, though.
I mean, yeah, that's why I said, I mean, if this is just him, it's a question whether or not it's him permanently, or if this is just how he is while he's got a goal. And he kind of shrugs at this point. Feels weird to talk about him behind his back, but I feel like if we brought this up to him, he'd just kind of shrug it off and, you know, do that whole, no, I'm good. I'm fine. And then just end the conversation. So you can't really have that conversation with him.
I suppose what we could do is we could have the exact same conversation, the exact same way we just had it, next to him, so that he's forced to listen to it. Maybe we can just, you know, force him to sit there. Maybe we'll put some of the rations or whatever, or the food on the fire, so he has to watch them so they don't burn, because apparently he hates that. And then he's forced to listen to us.
Owen chuckles like,
And they say the people from the Shadowfell don't have great plans.
They say that?
No issue. That was a joke.
I haven't met anyone else.
No, that was a
from
joke.
Oh, okay. I see.
You've been nothing but a shining light for as long as I have known you, and it has been an impressive dichotomy to the stories of the Shadowfell that I have heard. So for that, I will tip my hat to you.
Well, I hope that someday I can bring you all back to the Citadel. For real, this time. And
Hopefully it's a bit less dangerous of a trek, though.
well, I can't make that guarantee, but once we're in the Citadel, it'll be entirely safe. It'll probably be safer than here, even. So, you're under Nariho's protection.
He raises an eyebrow and looks at Owen and Simon a bit skeptically.
Owen just shrugs. He has no idea.
Shrug.
Alright, well... And at this point, as you guys are talking, Rom!
You know, I could have spent this entire time thinking of how I wanted to word this, but I didn't. I could have even written it out and seen if it was less than 25 words.
What?
All right,
Waiting on you, Alex.
So we send in a message to Owen. The message is, "Hi, Owen. Things are going fine. Seems like they might be upset about not receiving aid during poor winters. Maybe negotiations would help." That's probably less than 25 words, right?
I mean, yes. And if not, I'm sure you could simplify it to be less than 25 words.
I'm trying to decide if Owen's gonna troll Rom into using her second.
Please, no.
Well, she gets hers back on Night's Rest, so she can.
I mean,
I
get mine back on a short rest.
Yeah, you do.
There's like a pause, and a few moments go by, and then responds, familiar with how the spell works. Thanks for checking in. Glad to know you're all safe. I'll see what I can come up with. See you tomorrow. That's it.
And then I said, Owen, you alright?
Oh, fine. Rom just taps his head.
I don't think I'm ever gonna get used to that. I don't remember where I was in that story now. Is that what it's always like? You just get interrupted in the middle of something talking to somebody in their head?
Sometimes.
Oh, that's weird. I know I've gotten it like a couple times, but it's still just weird.
She says that found they're all right. They've made it to Hobarton. Seem to think that, she told me that people of the valley are unhappy about receiving aid during harsh winters.
Why would they not have been getting that?
Hey, Ven, why wouldn't they be getting that?
Give me a history check.
Because, like, as far as I understand it, like, Garland is like a nation of mutual cooperation.
Yeah.
So.
While you don't know the specifics of the history of the politics of the Rat Creek Valley and the Nashgalda kin, you would be able to theorize something along the lines of them being lower on the priority list, essentially. Like, if there's somebody that they don't help, it would be them. Other than that, if someone's got a beef with something or they want to withhold it for a specific reason, there are a modicum of reasons, a lot of which would probably... Give me an intelligence check.
It's exactly the same.
Yeah, well...
I'm smart. I'm a smart boy.
Theorizing in your head for a few minutes, just trying to think over what it could be. Kind of, almost like talking to yourself in your head, just trying to, oh, well, maybe it's this, maybe it's like... It could definitely... There may be, like, I think the best way to describe it would be, like, not hatred, but, like... a dislike for the fact that they kind of operate separate culturally from most of the rest of Garland, especially Kin Nashgalda, in that they're pretty much independent and do their own thing. While they do have people believe they're very much closed off, and for that reason, there may be people within Nashdween who think that they're not deserving or have no reason to justify any sort of help when they need it.
Does Owen think that that is a situation that he could rectify?
Possibly?
Or is this like fucking generation spanning feud stuff?
You don't know how far back it would go. 7 history, you don't. It is something that, I mean, you would assume it couldn't be too major of a thing. Just because if it was, one way or another, it probably will have been dealt with by now. But the best way to believe would be like, it was something that was a minor to moderate issue, which with an invasion, like many problems, they become exacerbated.
Okay, I think I'm slowly forming some possible solutions in my head, so that's good.
What if they just ask for, like, the head of your dad?
Owen's response is, "You're welcome to try."
No, you have to get it. Oh.
Like, why would they even want that if it's a Nashgalda problem?
I was just being an idiot.
Well, it's good to hear you admit that.
Yeah. Alright, so with that, you guys discuss a bit and eventually head off to bed?
Owen does suggest that keeping watches would be a good idea, especially as Walker will not be awake all night. Well, he will be, just not here.
Actually, surprisingly, you won't.
Well, I don't know that.
Yeah, no, you don't.
You sure will take the first.
Perception check, please, Ishri. Alright. It's quiet. It's a little bit more hills and plains than flatland with occasional hills and lots of trees that kind of obfuscate the landscape that you were dealing with before, but it gives you more of a chance to view more of your surroundings. Other than that, it's quiet. There's an owl hooting in the distance. That's all.
All right, she'll wake up Simon.
Simon?
Yes.
Perception check, please.
As I do this perception check, I forgot what the moon's looking like. Can you tell me what the moon's looking like again?
Let me pull it up.
You said you were wrong a day or whatever.
It is currently...
I was waxing.
It is waxing. It is definitely getting bigger. It is not a full moon. You'd guesstimate a week or so away. Okay. Though that is a week or so Lenorian calendar time, not Garish time. They do have a different size of week. Which, God, I'm gonna have fun torching you guys with culture from here on out. Oh.
Asshole. Okay. What do I see?
There is quiet. There is much of what Ishri had, that enjoyment of a bit more just ground that you can see while you look over the plains. There is a bit of just the wind picking up over the course of the night. During your watch at the beginning, it's a bit of like a brisk, like 2-3 mile per hour, just a nice cooling breeze, and towards the end, maybe an hour and a half in, it's up to wind. It's, 10 miles an hour. It's enough that like you double check that everyone's stuff is battened down, that you're not going to have cloaks flying off of the horses, making sure that they're tied down properly in their rucksacks and their bags and saddlebags and things like that. But still a cooling wind, if nothing else. Other than that, at one point, there is a very, very slight sound echoing far to the east. You kind of look, and you do see the silhouette of something moving vaguely south. It takes a moment to even figure that out. It's pretty far away. You can't really make out what it is.
No, I can't tell if it's humanoid. It's on walking on all fours.
If it's big enough to see it at the length you're seeing it, it would have to be at least like the size of a humanoid.
It's far away. It should be fine.
Yeah, especially given it's at night. Like, it's just bits of moonlight that you're seeing a silhouette on. So you can't really make out how far it is, how big it is, but assuming with how far away it is, that you can see it, it's got to be at least your size, if not bigger.
Okay. The next watch is going to be is it going to stay up or going back to sleep? And I forgot how watches work.
What?
It's the last watch that usually is staying up.
The last watch is the one that does, breakfast prep and shit like that.
That's what I was asking if this is last watch.
I know you were on second, so there's one more before last. So your options are Rick or Owen.
Or Owen, so Rick, of course.
Rick. All right, he gets to roll his second perception check of the session.
And I'll tell him to wake up Owen in case there's no funny business. He wakes up Rom again. Or not Rom, sorry, Ishri.
Yeah, I got it. And I know, Simon, I miss her too. It's weird not having her traveling with us.
Rolls his eyes, goes back to sleep.
The last thing you hear is him sitting over, like, as you're falling asleep, he is having a conversation with all four of the horses.
Nice.
A man after Owen's own heart.
He, like, Simon, yeah, you rolled a very good perception check for your watch. Even though you're drifting off, he seems to be explaining the concept of poker to the horses.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Oh, that's great.
Explain. All right, and then there's the turn. And, like, you know, he's literally explaining the rules of poker to these horses. And, like,
Simon then dreams about all the horses at a poker table with Rick as the dealer.
That's pretty good. Are they trading oats? Are they dealing in oats?
Yeah, actually,
sugar cubes.
Yeah.
There you go.
And then they
How
go then they go
loaded.
all in, like fucking Luoth walks in and he just opens up like a briefcase and it's full of apples.
Oh, fuck.
Oh. So Luoth walks into a bar. Why the long face?
Hey.
Yo ho ho ho.
You guys, who knows what happens during Rick's watch? I don't need to describe that for once. Oh,
That's
and you
pretty
are
funny,
awoken sometime later. It's still before sunrise. Rick wakes you up and... Yeah, all's well. It's, Damn, it's weird not having everybody here. Shit sucks. Shouldn't been playing these split-ups. I don't like them.
Sometimes it's best.
I know, but... Still. I don't like being split from family. He kind of looks down a bit and kind of like pats you on the shoulder as you're getting up. I don't need to talk to you about that. I'll keep it to that. Good night. Gets back to bed.
Benny, can you repeat what Rick just said?
Sorry?
I didn't catch what Rick just said. Can
No.
you please repeat it?
He was talking about, it just sucks being split from family. I don't need to, you know, I know you know all about that, so I'm not gonna preach it to you. I'll just leave you. They headed off to bed. Owen, perception check, please.
Nice.
Epic, epic, epic.
Oh my god, that time Rick rolled really good and you rolled really bad. This is incredible.
And so the pendulum swing.
It's a quiet, boring night. There's nothing interesting. There's the sounds of nature a bit. But that's really it. You can see very far, but there's not a lot of moonlight, so you see little more than silhouettes. Birds flying overhead a bit. Probably heading off as the sun rises to go for their morning hunt. But other than that, there's nothing of interest happening, and you find yourself at sunrise beginning to wake up your friends. Prepare for
He,
another
of
day of
course-
travel.
He, of course, wakes them smell of simmer tea.
Oh, is it? Damn, that's the worst 2 hours I've ever slept. Felt like 2 minutes. How'd y'all sleep?
Oh, fantastic. There's nothing hunting us, so it's great.
I slept really good as well. Love
Uh,
the scenery out here.
something. A lot different than, I mean, I don't spend a lot of time in, any kind of motions, like, around him to all of the hills and craggy, almost mountainous terrain to the east and west. I love this in most of, Lenore. Even when it is, it's not this, feels different out here. Smells different.
That would be the swamp, right?
He just kind of sits there and seethes for a minute. Ugh. Well, no time like the present. Let's get this breakfast out of the way and get moving. What's the plan anyway, Owen? When are we getting there?
Get there about maybe a little bit before midday. Hopefully they do not shoot us on sight. That would be a good start.
Well, if they do, I think I could take a bolt to the chest, at least one. I mean, there's a good doctor here that can probably take it out.
Owen smiles and he says, I have no intention of letting any of us die, especially not here. But we
There's
are
a little
not.
nod.
We are not to offer these people cause for violence. That is not why we are here.
He gives another thinking nod. Yeah, that's fair. I've been thinking about that. He kind of, you can see he spends a moment surveying his surroundings, heads up to the, as close to the rocky crag of the hill as he can. And he begins unhooking his wheelbarrow full of weapons. I got a good idea I can find this place on the way back, don't you?
I suppose.
Hell, how about we leave the armory here then? Give him one less reason to try and kill us.
I wish I'd thought of it sooner. We could have left it at post.
You put it at the post, they're gonna use it. You put it here, what's gonna happen? The rabbits are gonna train?
Perhaps the rats will find them. Chuckle.
These are horrifying ideas.
Listen, if there's a hare out here that can learn to wield a dagger, I deserve to be struck down by it.
Owen glances around, hoping there's no rabbits within earshot.
Ishri looks a little bit horrified.
So he unloads everything, keeping only a halberd, his silvered short sword, and a couple of daggers in his boots.
Ishri's gonna lean over to Simon. Simon, can the horses wield weapons?
I'm sorry. Sam just blankly stares at her and then looks at Cavhow and sure we could train them.
Oh no. No.
No, I we're fine.
Good.
So with that, you guys begin heading down to Hobarton. And as the morning sun rises on a day in Hobarton, we go back to see what Walker, Rom, Amari, and Evian are doing at the strange pseudo-manor of Eric Forson.
Big Father,
Sleeping in, baby.
the resident initiator, grabs the fucking charisma casters and forces them to get up and go to the fucking.
Oh no, Rom
Manor.
is gonna wake up and do morning chores.
All right.
She ain't
Well,
no slouch.
I am going to establish that before Walker did that, he would have done morning chores.
Okay.
But he also would have woken up before the others.
Is Amari doing morning chores?
No. No, he's not.
Oh. Yeah, that was a stupid question.
Walker would try to fix things in the reasonable amount of time that he'd be here.
You get an immediate sense that, like, this is you start to, like, look into it, and you're like, oh, fuck, this is warped. This is all mildewy and has damage, and, like, oh, fuck, there's termites.
Oh my god! They just burned the place down! Start over!
It can probably be salvaged. This needs, like, a team of people and, like, 3 weeks.
Maybe Walker will, like, reseal a couple of the windows.
Yeah, things like that. The simple things that he can do.
Yeah, make the house slightly more comfortable for the people living in it without, going crazy overboard.
And, eventually there's, Mr. Forson gives you a very appreciative, just thank you for being willing to help out as payment for your stay.
Mr. Forson.
Yes.
I had a look around yesterday and this morning. This house is on its last legs.
he kind of like gives this big, heavy sigh for a moment and just, I know. I know. Don't have anywhere else.
Walker doesn't have any actual advice to give.
Yeah.
Just like he'll take a moment to console a man, put a like. He seems like, am I reading this correctly? The guy knows it's fucked and he can't do anything about it because it takes too much money.
Yeah. Also, it seems like it's just him and his daughter here. So like, yeah, there's not a lot in the way of family income at all here either, or even labor.
Wish I could stay longer to help you out, but plenty to do still.
It's all right. I appreciate anything and everything that you've been able to do. Just helping clean and patch up anything you can is more than I would expect or ask.
Well, the place should be a bit warmer now, at least.
Gives a little half smile. Just to hope it survives another winter.
Walker nods and finishes up his job. Thorough, well done job.
Eventually.
What's Rom do? It's there
Why
quietly.
you gotta put me on the spot?
Because I wanted to play D&D with you, Alex, my friend.
I'm sorry, I lost my mind for a minute.
What's Rom doing to help out around the house?
Well, she would ask what needs to be done. Like, I'm sure she didn't do a lot of chores as a child,
Well,
so...
There's always lots of laundry to be done. There's a constant amount. I do it for many of the neighbors as well, so if you could even just help with that and putting things on the line, that takes hours alone. There's a washboard out back.
Rom does laundry.
I think she could probably figure out how to hang up laundry.
All right. There is
Does she do a very okay job?
A very extremely mediocre job.
There you go. What a group we are.
Oh.
Two people are sleeping, and one's a carpenter, and the other one's doing an okay job of hanging laundry.
So,
One looks like death, one's lazy.
you guys, eventually, Walker, get as much time done as you can helping out to, feel good about yourself, to at least not feel like you've scammed this man out of a night of rest.
Right.
And while the
That's so
lodgings
funny.
weren't perfect, like, the sheets were clean, the comforter was nice and clean, the pillows weren't completely destroyed, though probably light on feathers.
Walker will ask if we can allow Evian to sleep for a little while longer while they go visit the mayor.
Yes, that's alright. He seemed a bit under the weather, from what little I saw of him.
The trip here was more dangerous than expected.
Most things are these days, aren't they?
Walker nods, knowingly.
And you wake Amari up, get him ready to go, and you guys head out, sans Evian, who is desperately hoping for that long rest.
I'm sorry, Mitchell.
Woo!
You really need it, though.
I do.
Does the guy provide us breakfast, or?
Yeah, it's some oats. It's very basic.
It's extant, and that's all.
Yeah,
Walker can ask for.
it's the homemade equivalent of the shitty trail mix you've been eating. So
If Rom or Amari look even close to complaining, Walker will death glare them.
it is a far cry from the incredibly good bacon, dried bacon jerky that Rick has been feeding you.
Dried bacon jerky.
I think that's a good way to describe it.
That's really fucking. Oh shit, that's funny.
Anyway,
Uh,
so eventually you guys find yourselves finishing breakfast, getting ready to go, packing up your things. Are you telling, like, if Evian gets up, is there a place you want him to be sent, or?
Yeah, Walker mentioned that we're heading to. Well, he did mention we were going to meet the mayor, didn't he? I might be assuming things. Walker will let the guy know that tell Evian to head over to the mayor's if he wakes up.
Okay. All right. So you guys head back into town proper. A slight walk down the hill, leaving the rickety-ass manor in your proverbial rearview mirror, and back into Hobarton. You ask around a bit, and you are quickly headed to the mayor's office, which is 2 doors down from the jail.
What's it look like?
The outside is fairly simple. The buildings here are very close to each other, but most of them are built on, because it's very uneven ground, being right near the fairly treacherous river. Many of them are on something resembling stilts or risers. That way they're completely even. Walker, you would also wager that it's very good for keeping rats out, keeping keeping parts of it off of the ground.
Wild.
Yeah, there's some truth to this avoiding rats story.
Walker looks a little, when he notices that, he looks a little, like, shocked, which is a rare thing for Walker.
But, many of these buildings are, like, they're not attached to each other. Like, you go downtown in a town or city in real life, and, like, every building is up next to the other one, sharing a wall. These aren't like that, but they're close enough that there's no walkway between them. And many of them are 2 stories and go a little bit further back than they are wide, with a little bit more depth to them. This one is no different. There is a simple awning, and it just says Lord Mayor on a small sign hanging off the awning.
Is this type of situation where it'd be appropriate to, like, knock, or do we just head in?
Given your knowledge of public offices, mostly from the Intellier Stockade, that would be a case of just heading in.
Okay. Walker will try to just head in.
It is unlocked. You open the door, and you see a small desk and a man sitting behind it who just kind of looks up. Shoulder length, kind of dirty blonde, almost brown hair brushed behind his ears, a bit of it kind of falling and a bit messy, maybe mid-40s. Looks like he hasn't had a ton of sleep, and he just... Hi there. What can I help you with? I don't recognize you.
Sorry, Ben, what was the last thing?
I don't recognize you.
I imagine not. My name is Walker.
Walker.
Walker briefly explains...
Mr. Walker... At this point, he stands up and moves around the desk. Walker what?
Moses Walker.
Oh. He pauses for a second. Interesting. I'm Lord Mayor Matthew McCauley.
Oh. Walker will... Is he putting, like, hand out to shake?
Yeah, he puts a hand out to shake it, and he gives you a... it's a very simple but firm handshake, and a bit of a smile as he does.
Benny, can you say the name one more time?
Lord Mayor Matthew McCauley.
Would it be appropriate to call him Lord McCauley or Mayor McCauley? What's the...
I have no idea.
Well, it's nice to meet you, Lord Mayor.
You as well, but please, you could just call me... He pauses for a moment. Really, whatever you want. I don't like the niceties and eccentricities aren't exactly what I'm interested in right now, so...
Right. Mr. McCauley, then. I'm actually in town with some of my friends on business. Personal. Walker briefly explains his reason for coming, and then mentioning how it's pretty clear that it was a waste of time to come down this way, but not quite in those words.
Yeah, he kind of purses his lips a bit. And, I'm sorry that that happened. I wish wish there was more I could offer you, but I think what...
It's no fault of anyone here's. Though, while I was speaking with the tavern keeper, you mentioned you might have some work that needs done.
I mean, kind of. We have he, at this point, he again purses his lips and does a little huff, and... what was it, week and a half, 2 weeks ago, the a band of you know, those Garish, no, the Garish. It was a set of the Kintaran. They came through here and
Right.
you know, told them same thing I tell everybody: you cross that bridge, we're gonna have a problem. And this guy looks so stressed and out of his like. Give me a insight check, Walker.
As the man pauses and Walker does the insight check, he'll say, "Did it not go well?" Where's that check?
You recognize this shit. This guy has obviously been thrust into a situation well above his expertise. And, like, the exhaustion, the expectations that are probably upon him, like, everyone being, like, between, you know, the stories, what you were briefed on when you, were sent on this mission, like, there's this expectation that, like, this guy is, like, behind it all. There's a definite reluctance to that. Like, everyone rallied behind him, not because he wanted them to. And this is, like, not this guy's forte in any capacity. So, yeah, he's definitely out of his depth at this point. And he just pauses and, yeah, he, you know, I gave him that whole, I have a problem if you come in here. Told him the same thing that I tell everyone about, you know, we're not sending men to fight your war. We're not. They don't want us to be part of Garland, so we're not really. Stay separate. They've never done anything for us. We've always fended for ourselves here in the valley. Why should we be helping them? When things are bad, we've managed. When things are good, we've managed, and they've always just let us be. But now, when things are real bad for them, they want our help.
I actually heard something about this at the the tavern last night. Something about them turning down aid during a harsh winter.
He gives a little, like, exacerbated sigh again, and yeah, it's not that simple. It's
A lot of things.
Yeah, it's, you know, one season we have problems with that, and we have to deal with it, and we obviously make do, but then we send, you know, we'll get a great crop the next year, and we'll send a bunch of it to Nashdween and see how much coin we can get for it there, and we'll all pitch in and, you know, get a nice big wagon and have it sent there and make whatever we can, come back and enjoy, you know, a prosperous season with extra coin. But when we do, all it takes is one thing going wrong, and there's no guarantee that the roads are protected. And I mean, yeah, there's the Dokar post, but, like, they don't do anything. They're there. That's it. We've lost people traveling to Nashdween on all kinds of stuff.
The roads did seem rather dangerous as we came down this way.
I mean, even something as simple as just, you know, running into goblins stealing your shit in the night is all it takes to really kill the want to trade with them. So yeah, I don't want, I didn't want to be the one telling people this. I didn't want to be this figurehead. But these people, the whole valley, they're my family. I grew up here. Dad did, and his dad.
You mentioned them coming 2 weeks ago. Did something happen?
Yeah, they came, I gave them the spiel, and they fucked off, so I thought. Was it a day or two later? Yeah, a day or two later, One of the farmers, you know, further down the valley, came back saying they saw one of them still hanging around, kind of nervous, thought they might be trying to mess with us. At night, well, the next morning, I get up, I'm heading into the office, and at this point he motions. Right next door is the land claim office. We, you know, I mean, I know it's not the Garish way, but we gave up doing things the Garish way a long time ago, so.
Then what is a land claim office?
Pretty much exactly what it says. An office for people to claim land. Within the valley, presumably.
So they just basically just pick a spot, come back, and
yeah, and then they'll legally own it.
Huh.
Like essentially like a government-ran version of a, like,
homestead?
Yeah, that sort of thing. And, yeah, I came and they woke me up. It was before sunrise. I was on my way. They rushed me. I'm all right, sure. And, the officer, it's a porter. He was trying to make out of town with damn near all of our paperwork. He won't admit it, but I'm pretty sure he had a decent bit of coin in his pocket. I'm pretty sure it was that Iron Blade and his people that paid him off. Shook his head. Don't know where he got the wagon from. Took the horse back. Picked that wagon. We took it a half-mile down the road. We left it there. Took all the damn wheels off of it, and we just left it there on the side of the road as a message. I don't know what to do with him now. I mean, you can let him be, but that just... You're a traitor to people who care about you, just... It's a lot of us. I mean, I don't... At this point, he kind of leans in a little close. Even though you're alone, he just... Truth be told, I don't think he'd last too long here at this point. He's in that jail for his own good as much as he is for punishments. Pissed off a lot of people. Oh, you know.
Then does Walker have any idea what would happen if all those papers were taken? Would they like lose track of people? Like,
yeah, essentially. Then it would be like, imagine if like in real life, all of a sudden you were like, I own that house, and they were like, prove it, and you couldn't.
Huh.
And you would assume, based on the intonation of the conversation, that's probably the evidence for who owns what throughout the entire valley. Like, not just the city, but like all of the farmsteads throughout, maybe including Vaster, based on the fact that like Hobarton is obviously the, air quotes, capital of the valley. So it would create a lot of unrest and discontent, for sure.
Sounds like serious trouble.
Yeah, it is.
You sure the Tarn folk are the one who did it?
I don't know who else is throwing that kind of coin at people. I mean, he kind of leans in again. Caught him with 85 gold. You don't get that kind of coin around these parts. Not easily. And definitely not him. He was a drinker, Tom. Oh.
Well, if you want to find out the truth of the matter, that's something I could actually assist with. I have some experience in finding the truth of things.
He kind of purses his lips a bit. I mean, what's that gonna cost me? We're not exactly riding high right now, and with prices going as they are, I mean, I don't think we're gonna be importing much from Nashdween anytime soon.
I don't think, honestly, I feel for your situation. I didn't intend to leave town until later today. Now we can just give it a shot for you if you'd like.
I mean, I'm not gonna... Trust me, I'm not gonna turn down any free help, and, I just don't... You know, don't be torturing him or nothing like that.
No, nothing like that.
And he purses his lips a bit, and...
I promise you the man won't be harmed.
That's good. Because, I mean, I still... Don't get me wrong, he's a dumbass, but... I didn't think he was stupid enough to do this, and I definitely don't think he deserves what everyone else seems to want him to deserve. The least I can do is, you know, get him out of here.
Right. So you'd, what do you want to take him beyond the post, or?
That'd be ideal. I mean, ideally he would see some justice proper from one of the kins, but... I don't think that's happening as long as the valley's so separate, so... I'd just like to see him, you know... As the kins would say, banished. At least from the valley.
It's a shame to hear about the separation. I've not really been down this way before. Never knew about any of this.
Yeah, it was
Scary
always...
thought roads aren't being defended, especially with the red band on Garland's doorstep,
I mean,
or
they're...
just in the door.
Let's be honest here, they're already in the foyer.
Right.
Ask most of the people here, the damn house is lost, and it's just a matter of getting your shit and getting out. The way they talk about it. Shakes his head.
Well, if you'd like to show us to...
By all means, let's
Tom.
go. And he stands up and guides you out.
Was Walker there alone? You mentioned something about... I assumed...
I assumed everyone else, you brought the two talkers with you.
Yeah. The two talkers.
Ah.
Thanks for talking, guys.
You didn't say you did.
What I said, I grabbed everyone but Evian, and we fucking went to the office.
Did you say that?
That is
Yeah.
what he established.
He did say that,
Mm-hmm.
which is why I haven't said anything, because I'm still in bed. Like,
Yeah, I made a point of
Like
saying
an
sorry to
adolescent
Mitchell,
teen.
but his character needs it.
Yeah.
You know. Anyway,
So
so
he
with
takes-
the
yeah.
two talkers who apparently were standing outside, we head to the. We
You head to the
Hall of
jail
Mayor.
right next door, pretty much. Meanwhile, Owen, you and your team are breaking camp and heading towards Hobarton. Are you making regular pace? Are you trying to get there pretty quick? What?
A regular, somewhat relaxed pace.
Okay. All right,
Owen
so
has no intention of hurrying, and he has no desire to surprise.
okay, so you'll probably make it sometime after noon. All right. You guys head to the jail.
I'd like to make a comment on the way.
No problem.
Hang on, let me find his name again. Mr. McCullough, you might want to send word to one of the higher-ups in Kintaran if one of their Iron Blades was doing something so... I don't know. Unsavory?
He kind of shakes his head a bit. I mean, I'm at a point now where I'm trying to fight against that. I just want them to leave us alone, we'll leave them alone. For long enough, they've been happy with that, and they ask for my help. I'm not gonna ask for anything in return, as long as they stop trying to take my family and my friends and send them off to a war that, frankly, most of these people think that they've already lost.
Right. Well, let's get to it.
He pulls out a almost cartoonishly big keychain. It has something like 70 or 80 keys on it.
Walker's eyes Walker does, what's the fucking term? His eyes go wide. Seeing the fucking comically large keychain.
It's like a large iron bar, and then there's like 4 more smaller iron like barred like circles on it, and each of those has like 20 or 25 keys on it.
Quite a lot of keys.
Jeez.
It's I wear a lot of hats. And he gives a little half smile and begins looking through. And he actually has to try 2 or 3 before he finds the one that unlocks the jail. Like the outer door to the jail, which was locked.
Sir McCullough, how familiar are you with magic?
I mean, yeah, a couple of mages here in the valley, but not much. I mean, not exactly throwing fire around or anything.
Well, to mention, you got 2 standing with you right now. Monk will glance at the others.
Oh, well, that's might be helpful.
Just don't want to.
Again, I can't.
Surprised.
Can't really afford none too much in the way of payment.
Like I said, don't worry about it.
Sure, that's a lot to ask. Normally, it's hiring someone to interrogate using, arcane stuff is.
But we did. We weren't charged for our night's stay in town, so maybe. Hang on, I need to find the name again. Maybe see about getting Mr. Forson some help with his old house. Things seen better days.
Oh shit. I don't think I can say no to that. See what we can do. Certainly trying his best, at least.
Right.
Fortunately, I'm sure you've noticed there's not a lot in the way of lumber down here in the valley.
Right.
Kind of purses his lips a tiny bit again and finishes unlocking and heads into the main office, and he grabs the another one of the large keys and just kind of slams it on the first barred cell door. Hey, Timber Tom, you got some friends here.
Timber Tom.
And you see this guy lit by the mid-morning, almost noon light, and guy's like 6 feet tall, decently sized, and like as he stands up, this dude's fucking like 300 pounds. He's huge.
Fuck. Okay.
This dude is like.
I think we found. I think we found
just
Robert.
Mitchell.
This is William. This description's for you. If there is a person that you have met so far that is calloused, it is this man.
Fuck.
Oh no.
Wait, is he also like muscly?
He does not have a neck. It's just kind of shoulder muscles that go to his head.
Oh shit.
Oh no.
Very wide.
Very gross.
And he just gets up and what? Well, you got a few friends that want to talk to you. I'm sure Sherry will be along soon with breakfast for you, but in the meantime, I still got some paperwork to do, so.
Walker's old horse?
Alright, Alex.
And he heads off, and as he like gets out of sight of the jail, he just kind of taps you on the shoulder. Good luck. You need anything, I'll be next door.
Sure. Walker turns to Amari and Rom. So, you two have something for this, right?
I think what you're probably thinking about is more of an Owen thing.
Was it?
I don't have any interrogating.
Amari?
Just, like wiggle.
Oh
your
yeah, I
fingers.
got something.
What do you have?
Just tell him to tell us.
All
He'll
right.
tell us.
Walker will gesture towards the fat man.
What? I
I'm
don't.
gonna cast
Do I
suggestion
know
on him.
Okay.
Before we get that far, Walker will actually just greet the man.
Oh.
Hello.
don't
my
think
name's,
I know
Walker. We've offered some help to the mayor about finding out what happened with the. Well, We're hoping to find out if there's any connection between you running away and the Kentaran and the Einblade that was here recently.
He just kind of like has this disappointed look on his face, and his posture dies a bit. I told Matthew.
What'd you tell him?
I just wanted to leave.
So is that your story?
Didn't like the way things were being run, so I wanted to leave.
Mike then.
I didn't like the way things were being run, so I wanted to leave.
Any more to say about that, or?
He at this point sits back down in the bed.
Walker will then look to Amari.
Suggestion.
Mitch, Mike?
Hello?
Oh, I think Mitch just died for a second there.
Yeah, but
You
talk to
back?
Mike, bud.
Hi?
Okay, what were you saying?
Question mark? I said suggestion time.
All right, what are you saying to him?
Yeah.
Are you speaking words or?
Mitch? Hey! Oh!
I
Mitch?
was
Hello?
I was speaking.
Okay, well, what do you
Well,
say to him for
I don't-
suggestion?
Yeah, you good,
I
Mitch?
heard you.
Oh, I said it. It just I thought I was just waiting.
Go ahead.
Nope, I think your Discord's dying a bit.
Okay.
All right, what were you saying?
Keeping an eye on my ping as I talk now. Tell him to tell us what he knows.
Did little Mitch hit you with a sky-high ping?
Say truthfully,
Fuck up.
please.
Truthfully, yeah.
All right, let's see. If this guy can...
DC 15 whiz save.
Oh.
Loser!
Got
What
impressive.
a loser!
For a fat man.
He just... Oh, I wanted to go. I've wanted to get out of here for a while. I just... can't get out of it. One night, I don't remember, 10, 12 days ago, after all that, with the Kintar and with that Iron Blade, one of them came back into town and spoke with me. Said I just needed to... He looks over. Handed me a pouch of coin. That there was a lot more waiting for me in Nashtwin. All I had to do was bring them the paperwork from the office. I'm not proud of it. I didn't want to screw over Matt or any of these people. I wanted to escape. I wanted to... With the Red Band come here, we can't defend ourselves. At least Nasruin has a chance. Get coin, get out of the country.
You might be right.
I'd rather be a living coward elsewhere than a dead brave man here.
Well, hopefully there'll be survival for... Logan, you good? Well, hopefully there'll
Hello?
be a future for the valley here.
He just looks down disappointed.
Well, thank you for your cooperation.
He seems very confused at what exactly just happened.
Ron, why don't you go ahead and get the, bring the mayor back?
Are we not gonna discuss what we're gonna do with this information?
My thought was we tell the mayor, and then maybe ask for a favor in return for our services. Maybe meet with a friend of ours at the bridge.
I suppose.
It's about this point that you guys start to hear hubbub and just general activity very quickly speeding up in town.
Hopefully we're not too late.
Uh-oh. All right, I'll try. I will attempt to fetch the mayor.
As you guys are heading out, there's a woman, maybe 50s, kind of like reddish, slightly dark hair, who starts to walk past you. And, did you just? Were you in the jail?
That's right.
You were the one speaking. All right. You need to. And she's got like this plate of food with her, and she just. All right. You need to leave. You can't be in the jail right now. There's something going on. Apparently, the Iron Blade's back.
The Iron Blade's back?
Iron Blade is back.
Rom exchanges a glance with the others.
Walker does the same. Right. We'll be on our way then.
With that, we jump over to Owen, Ishri, Rick, and Simon.
What is this? What is this mention of hubbub? All right.
We're not able to get. Are we able to get to the funny mayor?
We'll see.
Okay.
Owen, as you guys travel through the valley, looking at many of these same previously described townhomes and farm homes and homesteads and small towns, there is like people are like when they see you, they like avoid. Like if they're sitting outside, like as soon as they notice you, they go inside. People out farming, they will try and like break your gaze, go around, around a tree, just avoiding you.
I don't really know how I would go about doing this, but Owen, he does his best to look as non-threatening as possible.
Do you wave at every single person?
I was gonna say,
Like there's
Ishri.
lots of smiles, and he makes sure that like his hands are in plain view, and
You've left some coins to the peasants.
No, he doesn't do that because like they're not that close, right? Like they see me from
50, 100 feet away.
Just fucking throw the fucking coins as hard as you can.
Only you had Evian.
No, Avian would murder them with coinage.
Why haven't you done that, Mitch?
Here's your money,
He's like-
bitch.
He's just
scene in-
paying reparations like in advance.
There you go.
It's like that one scene in X-Men First Class, but in Fast Forward.
Here's the money for your funeral.
Oh,
Ishri does wave enthusiastically at every person until someone stops her.
They are still avoiding you. Like, even with that, like every once in a while, like someone like looks at you curiously, but like for the most part, you are still being avoided. People disappearing, running off, things like that. As you get closer to the bridge, you see maybe 50 or a mob of 50 or 60 people in front of the bridge on the northern side.
Do they have torches and pitchforks?
Pitchforks, a couple with swords, spears, things like that.
Fireball. I'm kidding.
Owen continues at the
That would
at
be
the
so effective.
slow, stately pace that he has been maintaining.
You're maybe 200 feet away from the mob, if you will, right now.
How do they look like they're ready to throw rotten tomatoes at me, or?
Yeah, they look like they're about ready.
Ah. Owen reins in Luath before we get any farther, and he looks at Ishri and Simon and again just says, "Remember, no matter what these people think we are here for, it's not violence. Even if they attack us, we do not need to respond in kind."
We can run away. That's an option.
I will not run like a dog with its tail between its legs, but do not wish to see any bloodshed here today.
So, you guys approach.
I was gonna say real quick. So Simon has apparently
I misread that.
Oh, you will?
Like I can't. I can do her Lenorian into Garish, but I can't do Elvish into.
That's fine. That's fine. As long as you're just whispering things in Lenorian to Ishri, and Ishri's whispering it back for to yell for her. Yep, that's all I need.
Lenorian.
Oh, okay.
That's all I need.
Okay. Yeah.
Alright. So anyway, Nick.
That was. I think I finished my thought. Did I?
So you guys start approaching, and there is a tenseness at like 100 feet where like people are double arm gripping pitchforks and things.
Owen will stop, like a comfortable distance away, like not far enough to where Evian couldn't peg him with a tomato, but like far enough that like your average farmer probably isn't gonna, make an accurate tomato throw.
You see Evian in the back of the crowd,
Oh,
a tomato in each hand.
Oh no!
Looking.
What have I done? Flee!
And
What's your armor
Amari.
class?
And he has Amari too, so he can just check him at it. It's like sending 2 warning shots before throwing a nuke at him.
Is there like an obvious like I'm in charge here kind of person then, or is
No.
it just a full on fucking?
It's just a full-on mob right now. Give me a perception check, actually.
Sure.
Roll really big. I want you to see some good stuff.
You know what? I'll take that.
You can see in the back, like moving through town, someone on horseback quickly heading in the direction of the bridge. But other than
Are
that,
they, like,
nothing. They do seem to be like you can't make it out because again they're like cutting through buildings and things that you can barely see through. But like between the sounds, like focusing, it seems like there are people in a hurry to get here, and the only horse you've seen in the valley as well so far that's not like currently pulling a plow or something. But no, there's no obvious leader in this mob right now.
Are they shouting at me, or are they just kind of standing there?
They're not shouting. They're like tensely non-silent with just like murmurs of nervousness.
So Owen will stand in his stirrups. He will call out in his regular voice. He will not be magic quite yet. Call to the mob, and he'll say, "People of Hobarton, I've come to speak with your mayor. I mean no harm. All I wish to do is talk."
There's again, that tensity of just nervousness almost as people like they've got their weapons drawn, but like you get the sense none of these people want to fight. None of these people are trained to fight. This is a peasant army if ever there has been one. A few more people are trickling in through it, and like they back up a few feet as you're talking as well. Like they are genuinely intimidated by what you say.
What?
Yeah?
Why?
Oh, that's intimidated by the falling meteor.
Wait. Hold on a second. Does Owen currently represent the man?
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Oh no!
I said to William, this is just the Dunrock scene, but with Owen playing the part of the red band.
Oh no! No, fuck you. No, it's not.
Oh.
I'm not about to go into people's houses fucking murdering them. Fuck you.
That's what they think.
Yeah.
You could do it.
Can I
yeah, you
establish
technically
something
could.
Can I establish something for other team?
Sure.
I think Walker would have told Amari to go grab Evian as shit was hitting the fan.
Or Evian?
Okay.
How far away was Evian compared to where we
Maybe
were?
a 5-minute walk. So out like a
Was I
trot or
far enough away to get a long rest?
out like a trot or it's literally gonna be comical that Evian never gets a long rest. That's gonna be the new running joke of the campaign.
Haha. You think Amari's gonna run or trot?
It's gonna be really funny when Amari gets there and then Evian carries him all the way back at like double the speed.
Oh.
I get on his back.
Evian, roll me a hit die. You're a monk, so D8 plus your con,
die.
so D8 plus 2. Alright, you gain 8 max HP back.
Woo! Yeah!
My man.
Nice.
Thank you.
So you're
Mr.
not 100%,
Benjamin.
but you're getting there.
I'm getting better. We're living our best life.
Yep. Meanwhile, the tensity of the situation, Owen, your words striking seeming fear or coming off as a threat somehow to these people. And you see the man on horseback at the about halfway in the bridge, like halfway across it, gets off the horse and just quickly people start moving aside. This is the man that was previously described as Lord Mayor Matthew Macaulay.
God damn it.
He quickly moves to the front. Like, you can see him, you can't make out what he's saying, but he's obviously talking to people and, like, after a moment, like, encouraging people to move backwards. So he is the only one, so he's, like, standing a decent 5-10 feet in front of all of them between you and the mob.
Owen is happy to sit back in the saddle and wait for him to do whatever he's got to do.
I've already told you, Ironblades, that we're not fighting your war. No man, woman, or child is going to shed blood for Garland. Leave.
I am no Ironblade. I've been led to believe that your people have grievances of their own. I would see if I could do anything to address them, if you will but speak with me.
Give me a persuasion check. Big fucking persuasion check here, Nick.
Can I get Karad's help on this one?
Use
Owen,
guidance on yourself.
Owen, like as he goes to speak, he just like glances upwards and he says, out of all the times, Karad, be with me now.
Let's hope Karad listens. Let's hope to
Someone
God
sneezes
Karad.
and he says, "Bless me."
Can I do this? Or am I just...
Yeah, you can do that.
this? Persuasion, you say?
Yep.
Yeah!
Owen's a cute ass eagle. Tell you what.
Oh, clutch. The
Oh
other
my
one was
God.
a natural one, by the way. You almost got mobbed.
So I'd like to, just like before in the tavern, Ishri and Simon, Rick, you see Owen kind of like as he mutters his prayer, his posture changes, the set of his shoulders, the way he holds himself. He sort of takes on this commanding presence that he usually only has in the most dire moments of battle. And he projects his voice evenly, calmly, and plainly for the mayor to hear.
There's a moment of, again, that tension that could be cut with a knife. He walks forward a couple feet, drawing his sword. It is not a well-kept sword. It's a bit chipped. It's not sharp. It's one of the most mediocre, un-combat-ready long blades you've seen in your life. Holding it at his side, not like brandishing it ready to fight, but still holding it at his side drawn. If you want to talk, then there's nothing that you couldn't say in front of everyone here. So speak to me, Ironblade.
As I have said, I am no Ironblade.
You bear the colors.
I bear the colors. My kin, my family. I've been told that your people have grievances, that they feel wrong. I confess I do not know much of your valley, but I would like to do what I can to help.
Why? Why now? Why ever?
Because
We
now
won't fight. We will not send men, women, or children to die for Garland.
Because now, more than ever, Lord Mayor, if that is who you are, need to stand by each other. That is why.
When the winters were harsh, and families had to choose which of their children would get to survive when the food was short, and we asked for help. We asked for Nashdween to send help. Then, it wasn't good enough? That wasn't the time for us all to band together?
Cannot speak to that.
When the rains came, when the storms were unending, and the valley flooded. When people lost their homes and had no support, and every neighbor was taking on triple, that people were sleeping in kitchens, in barns, for years. That was not the time that we all stand together?
I am not going to deny any of this.
Now, when you want to take back your home, so that your people don't sleep in barns and kitchens, now is the time. Now that you need something. Is that right?
I cannot speak to the past injustices. I was not here. Not know. But I am here now. And I am offering my help. Such as it is.
And at this
People
point,
will see far
Oh, sorry.
worse. Can I finish, please?
Yeah, I thought you were done.
Fuck it. Nice. What will they do, your people? What will they do when the war comes to them? They will see far worse. Harsh winters. Harsh storms. See far worse if it comes to the valley. Please, let me help you. And Owen will dismount Luoth. Will take a few steps forward, offer his hand there.
As you do that, the rest of you, the team of Walker, Rom, Amari, Evian. Amari, as you're going to get Evian and coming back, Walker, you and Rom going to the mayor's office are told that the Ironblade has come back with more men.
There's 4 of us! Fuck off. Dude.
I do believe as soon as finding out that Blair was gone, we would have head to the bridge to go,
Yeah.
Be a part of that.
Okay.
Yep.
And as you guys head towards the bridge, you guys would get there before Amari and Evian. There's a mob. In front of them, you see the Lord Mayor, and a few, maybe 10 feet away from them, you see Owen, the Lord Mayor with a sword drawn.
Walker would try to get
What,
through
are the rest of our friends there too?
No, they're...
No. On the other side.
They are presumably behind Owen, still mounted.
Yep.
Yeah.
In the colors of Kintaran.
Okay.
I would say that Evian will run faster than Amari to get
Not
there
gonna carry him?
faster. No,
That'll
Carry
slow
me!
him down.
On your back! Let's
Don't
go!
slow me down.
Walker would...
You're Jedi training, my young Padawan.
Walker would... Shut up. Walker would say to Rama, let's try to get through the crowd and join on the mayor's side.
All right. Rom will politely elbow her way
Politely shove
through.
people out of the fucking way.
And at this point, we are finally back in real time for both sides.
Hey-oh.
Yay!
As Evie and you are charging, leaving Amari in your dust.
Yeah, pretty much.
He
And
probably,
I will
I
push
imagine
through
he
the
woke you
crowd
up.
to
He's
get
like,
to
all right,
Walker
like
and Rom.
helping you get everything ready, and then you're like, boop.
Evian jumps out the fucking window, you know, he's gone.
Jumps out the window,
good.
falls on a stick. He's now bleeding out on the ground.
Oh no!
Evian dies.
All right,
Oh,
and you
shit.
No, but
yeah.
Evian will also shove through the crowd to get to his to get to.
So as
Walker and
Evian and then eventually Amari start reaching the crowd, Rom and Walker shoving through it. Oh, and you hold out your hand, and he does not take it. What
I
would
mean,
you
I
suggest?
imagine like we're not,
Yeah,
you know, like
Yeah.
close,
No.
right? But it's that human
it's the
offer
symbolic.
of,
Yeah,
yeah, exactly.
He does not even like pay it mind. What would you suggest that as an option here, even?
Suggest let you speak with me. Tell me of your pain. Tell me of the injustices you have suffered. Show me.
He walks a
Is the-
few feet closer.
Is that when we get through the crowd?
Yeah, as he's walking closer, you see Rom and Walker moving to the forefront of the crowd, Owen.
He does his best to keep a poker face. Like his eyes probably like
He
flick to
registers them,
for
but
a
he's not
second.
paying attention to.
Walker would. How far is the Lord Mayor from the crowd?
Maybe 15, 20 feet at this point.
Walker will keep walking towards the mayor and say, Lord Mayor.
He doesn't respond.
Doesn't look at all.
No.
He's busy.
That busy? Well, Walker's gonna move until he's about maybe 5 feet behind the mayor. Assuming Rom does the same.
Yeah?
Does the mayor react at all?
He's not looking behind him. You call him again?
Lord Mayor.
He breaks eye contact from Owen for 1 second to look back. You best be turning around now. Might get ugly. Not sure. Don't want you getting caught in the crossfire or nothing.
I don't think that's going to happen, actually. I think the good Lord here isn't going to cause a ruckus. Not like the Ironblade did.
At this point, he's he backs up like adjacent to both of you, getting a few feet away from you, Walker. What are you saying?
It seems the Ironblade did have a hand in what happened. Walker then looks to Owen. Looks like Clive did pay someone in town, a bookkeeper, to steal paperwork and bring it to Nashtuin.
You hear a call back in
are
the
we-
crowd. I fucking knew it! Let's hang it, fucking traitor!
Oh,
Walker
no.
wouldn't have been yelling that loudly.
I mean, the crowd, you're about evenly
fine.
between Owen and the crowd if you were telling Owen that the crowd's going to hear. So,
well.
yeah.
Well, I've made mistakes
Very funny.
before.
Owen's shoulders kind of slump and he says quietly, he says, damn that man.
The Lord Mayor
Rom
turns
is
back.
looking concerned.
We're not going to be hanging anyone today. We're going to be doing our best to actually fix these things. We're going to be better than them. We're not going to let people die for our problems like they do. We're not dying for problems that they don't care about. He pauses for a moment. He stares slight daggers at Rom and Walker, who moved forward, and then turns back to Owen. You want to talk. You want to know the problems, the ills that Garland has placed on the valley. They don't care about us, about our way of life, about anything. They never have. It's always been fine. We toughed it out. We dealt with the tough problems. Be it Floods, harsh winters, bad crops. We've dealt with it all. But more than that, we were bonded by it. We were fine, left alone. We accepted it. Noshgalda, Taran, Arngalda, Sinastra, Morn, none of them cared about us, and that was fine. We were on our own. We were our own separate country. For all intents and purposes, we were alone. And we were fine. But now you need us. You need more men and women to die for your cause, for your problems. He shakes his head. Turns back to the mob. Do any of you want to take up arms and fight alongside this man? Fight for his home that they never fought for you? There's no response. Do any of you see...
For you? I
Pauses.
assume you do not know. You have not heard tales of the ravages the Red Band have reaped upon the land of my people.
We have. But replace the Red Band with a flood. Replace the Red Band with a scourge of natural proportions. A bad crop. Things that happened to my people. You didn't care. Your people didn't care.
But I am here now. And I care now.
Why?
Because I am trying to make the world a better place. Do not have to be alone. You choose not to be.
Give me a persuasion check.
Can I help him with this? I think I have something that can help him with this.
I don't need help. I've got my...
Let me do something cool, Nick!
I mean, I'm not gonna stop it if you have like a scene that you want to do.
Walker will say, you know, Mayor, I think I'll join him. And Walker will move over to Owen's side. I'll fight for his cause. He's always fought for mine. Saved my life on more than one occasion.
He looks almost... There's a mixture of, like, bitter confusion and disgust as he starts to realize what's going on with you, Walker.
Oh no, what have you done?
Have I done that? I thought it was...
Oh no, William! Oh no!
Listen,
He's my boyfriend, and I think
he's
you
hello
know,
and a cool
listen
guy.
to him.
That's what
I
Walker
mean,
said.
I didn't know that we were gonna out ourselves.
Oh
this quickly.
no!
Things happen. Listen, Walker's not a talky guy. He doesn't, he's never cares about it.
I think it'd be funny if at this point Amari finally gets there.
Yeah, Amari's like
Just now showing up.
slowly catching up. Like you can see all kinds of shit going on. You're pushing through
Even
a
like
crowd.
booked it.
Yeah.
Even like booked it, and Amari's just been walking.
Oh.
Well, it's fine because I'm gonna roll my check, and it's gonna be the.
Can I give Owen a look?
biggest.
Oh, it's too late. You
I should have
rolled.
let you finish, and I'm sorry.
Things
Oh.
15's pretty good.
He's pretty good.
I mean, it's a far cry
plus a
better than the
D8.
fucking 6 that I would have gotten elsewhere. Was I inspired? Because if I'm inspired, I'm using my inspiration.
You can't inspire after all.
Yeah, okay. That's my bad, man.
Just do Rom and Evian just stand there behind the mayor.
Yeah. Are Rob and Evian switching sides as well here? Or?
Well, seeing the disgust on the mayor's face, I feel like I'm wise enough to not make it worse.
Yeah.
Listen, things happen. I've made mistakes before.
He looks to Walker and back to you. You want to make things better? And he motions to Walker. What's that?
He's an old friend of mine who I would trust with my life.
There's this confusion, this sense of trying to understand for a moment. Was he here to pay someone off?
No,
He's here to find out what was wrong.
I imagine everything he has said to you is true.
Why are you here? If you're here to find out who's wrong, why is he here? What's the point of both? Why?
Because we have promised. Owen looks to Walker as he speaks, still with his voice raised. Because we have promised to help each other. Because we both know that the other cares about our problems.
Then why deception? Why hide these things from us? Why not speak head on, as you are now?
We wouldn't have found out what the Iron Blade did.
Hold your tongue, snake. I'll address you directly if I want. And he looks to Owen again.
Would you have told me? Would you have told me any of it? If I had come in good faith, as I have. You would have...
Are we here? Are we not talking?
We are. And I am glad to be so.
And yet you did not trust me enough to have this conversation, that you would send snakes into the grass to poison the well?
He is no snake. And I would ask that you do not refer to him as such. He's one of the best men I have ever known in my life. He came, just as I have, to help. Possible that if he had not come, people would have already run us out of town.
There's another momentary pause. You want to negotiate a solution. Speak of it. Right here. In front of the draconian gods and everyone of the valley, speak of your solution.
Very well. Speak of loneliness. Facing this cold, hard world all by yourselves. You are fine with that?
We were willing to deal. We knew there was no other option. We knew the Kins would never help.
What if there is another option?
What of the past? What of the demands? What of the deaths? What do I tell the people who didn't make it? What do I tell them? All of these families that are fractured from so many years of neglect.
What will you tell the new parents when their when their children do not make it through the next winter, and they could have, who had just asked for help one more time?
What makes this one different? What makes this time different than every single other?
This time you have someone who is not so easily ignored within councils of Nashtuin and the other Kins.
There's a moment, he looks back, wipes his face, turns back to you, brushes his hair back behind his ears. How do we know that this time is different? How do we know it? What is the proof What do we do? How do we know that we're not expecting help that will never come again?
You do not know me. So it is wise to hesitate. But I assure you that if we can find a way to help your people, I will do everything that I can if I survive this war. See that such injustices will never happen again, so long as I live.
Or do you even make that promise?
My name is Owen McDurk, son of Angus and the youngest son.
There's a pausing moment. And you would masquerade, lie. The McDurk boy's been dead for years now.
Owen actually lets out a chuckle, and he looks around, kind of pats himself down, and he says to the mayor, "Oh, that's news to me."
Was banished, what, almost 2 years ago now. Killed in a scourge. Everyone knows that.
I survived.
We've heard
Petrica,
the deaths
Lord Mayor.
of that family.
What?
I did not die, Petrica, Lord Mayor. And I did not die in every single trial that I have faced since.
There's another momentary pause. He's almost pacing at this point. This dude is totally about to go bald. Like, he is under so much fucking stress. Alright, he turns back to the mob. Lay down your arms. Go back to what you were doing. Deal with anything. This man is who he claims to be. Maybe there's a chance. Trust me, as you always have. Turns back to you. You'll lay down your arms and leave them here as well.
When nods, unbuckles his sword, and I don't know, hands it up to Simon.
Squire.
Ishri also hands her weapon to Simon because she's not leaving Owen by himself.
Simon will take the
Or rather, she just puts her sword on the ground. She just puts her sword on the ground and just follows Owen.
So
Leaves it with the
others-
horse. The
Off your
dangerous
horses. All of you,
Now do-
unarmed.
Now do the others fucking rejoin?
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
you've all been
what did he
together
say?
for a
Did he
bit.
say? Then did he say that-
All of you off your horses, all of you unarmed. Referring to all four of you.
So he's okay with meeting with everybody so long as we are disarmed.
Seems to be.
Okay, in that case, I don't hand Simon my sword. I just buckle it onto Luath's saddle.
At this point, he turns to Walker. Snake. Or any of them mages.
Owen's gonna put a hand on Walker's shoulder, and he's gonna step forward, kind of scowling a little bit this time, and sort of in that kind of quiet anger tone, he's going to say to the mayor.
Make sure you're talking to your mic.
In that sort of quiet anger tone, he's going to say to the mayor, "I have asked you not to refer to like that. You will ask me questions such as that. And it is true, many of us can do magic, including myself.
There's a moment of nervousness. And you would do well not to speak words that I would not understand.
As you wish.
Counts for all of you. referring to Rick, Ishri, Simon, Owen, and Walker.
And then someone immediately says words he doesn't understand it. Let Ishri know what's going on.
Yeah,
I
mean,
Owen's
Amari
going
would
to.
make his.
Sorry, go ahead.
Amari would like look through the crowd and just kind of be like, this is kind of a bad spot to just kind of join. But
you're not gonna
Ishri
join
probably
Ishri?
doesn't know what's going on. Ishri probably doesn't go. Oh wait!
I mean,
I got an idea! I got an idea!
Holy shit.
I can point to her and message her.
Yeah, this can't go wrong.
No, I'm not.
For the record,
I'm not doing that thing. I'm not doing that thing because I'll be seen casting magic in the middle of a crowd.
Pointing in the mayor's general direction, casting a spell.
Oh no, he's gonna disintegrate! Get him!
He's got a gun!
He's gonna get him!
Oh.
Watch out, he's holding no!
If Evian sees
so
Amari
And then they
cast a
tackle
spell,
him
he's
and
gonna
snap his neck,
chokehold him.
and then they accidentally tackle him and snap his neck, and then they're all in the Shadowfell again.
Oh man, that'd be a hard one to explain.
Yeah, word.
Well, it looks like you should have paid those tithes, assholes.
Well, I mean, on the other hand, Nick, I mean, that would solve the fucking Rat Creek Valley problem for your dad.
Yeah,
He'd
get
be
that.
happy
Get
with that
fucked,
solution.
Angus. Solved, bitch.
You'd be in for a promotion for that.
Nice.
You
Is the
literally
crowd that
made his
listens-
problem go away.
Is,
Let's move
is
on.
the
Let's move on.
So when he
crowd
says
dispersing?
don't speak words that I don't understand, Owen's going to look back to Ishri and just kind of like shake his head ever so slightly and then put a finger to his lips.
Is Ishri
Amari,
nods visibly.
is
I'm sorry.
is the crowd like dispersing?
They're
So
starting
it's not
to,
like
yeah.
so it's not like I'd be walking through a tightly packed mob. To
No,
get
they're
there.
starting to fall back to town.
Evian at this point will join the rest of the gang as well.
That's gonna throw up some more. At this point, he doesn't know that
Shit.
Amari, Rom, and Evian have any connection to you guys.
Shit.
He saw me with the two mages. I told him I was with the mages, and he was with us.
Okay.
How does he not know I'm in
Why did you
fucking
do
Amari?
this to me, William? Why did you do it?
Listen, I thought it'd be a cool moment where fucking the
I mean, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. It was great. I loved it. But he
But
didn't.
why did you do it?
I thought it'd be more. I thought he'd be more appreciative of the work we'd done so far. Listen, sometimes I can't read a room.
Rom would definitely have given Walker a "what the fuck are you doing, you dumbass" look.
So, who's Amari, Rom, Evian? Are you guys dispersing with the crowd or joining the party?
I'll disperse with the crowd. I think actually, I don't.
Yeah.
Evian's our agent in the hole. It's gonna be fine.
You guys see
Yeah.
Evian in the back. He's like, I'm going back to fucking bed.
Yeah, I'm going back with Evian.
It's too early for this
if,
shit.
If they're going back with Evian, I'm going. Or if Rom's going back with Evian, I'm going back with Evian.
I'm good.
Make the decision.
Then
Ishri
would it be too
Sorrow.
late to go back to bed?
You can talk to the guy.
Oh, true. I'd have to speak to him. Yeah, I'll just hang out with my friend.
Tell
until
him
we
you'll
get
fix a
back
door frame if he lets you sleep in.
Tell him Owen sent you.
I walk in.
Oh,
I
No,
walk in,
don't tell him that. Don't tell him that.
Oh, no.
I walk in, break a door, and say, "I will fix it if you let me sleep."
But you don't like break it in a normal way. You just like headbutt it or shoulder check it.
Anyway, so
Yep. So who's joining Owen?
just Walker and the party that was with Owen, I guess.
I would like to duck into an alley or somewhere and no one will see me.
There aren't really
And,
alleys near
You're
the
not
entrance
really
to
know
the
with Evian
town.
and
Get
Amari?
behind a tree.
Okay, all right.
A
You could just walk
boulder.
away. You could just walk away. There's a huge crowd.
Well, I'm going to fucking cast a spell,
right.
Oh.
All right, so
and I'm just gonna send a fucking sending to Owen. We weren't really sure what to do. Let us know if you need us. We'll be right there.
Dire.
Oh god. Owen will say
shoot me another sending
uh,
every 5 minutes.
fuck.
Shoot me.
It's not
He's gonna
impossible.
say and you can see it like on his face, like he's got that look of like dread mixed with determination as he moves to cross the bridge, but you hear back, let us hope it does not come to that. stay out of trouble.
Okay, no.
Alright.
Rum announces to the other two that Owen said to stay out of trouble. And then I guess we can go hang out somewhere.
Party.
The tavern.
Did the fucking mayor forget I had 2 mages with me?
The more you ask, William, the more it's gotta be obvious what's happening here in about 2 minutes that you keep asking about.
Oh no.
Is he gonna be super pissed that my other my other informants didn't come
That's
forward?
my
too?
guess. That's my guess.
I mean, technically, he hasn't asked me if there were any more yet, so I haven't lied to him.
Walker didn't lie to him.
So at this point, you guys begin, he's got, like, there are probably 20 armed people surrounding you, not directly, but, like, nearby, in a slightly defensive posture as you walk through the town back towards the mayor's office. He looks to you, Walker, and... Where are the mages?
Does Walker
Why
see
are
them?
they still hiding?
Does Walker see them?
Close enough to hear.
Where did you guys fuck off to?
That's
The-
a wonderful question.
Dispersed with the crowd.
In that
thought we
case,
went together.
Like,
At least.
In that case, Walker, give me a perception check as the crowd's still kind of dispersing.
I mean, if he had asked that question a second ago, I could have told Rom to get the fuck over here, but...
You do see Evian, the most sticking out person in the crowd. He is far to the south, moving vaguely in the direction, like some of the crowd seems to be heading towards the bar, and it seems like he's kind of just with that portion of it moving towards the center square.
That is true. I would be going towards the bar.
Instead of answering the mayor, Walker will look to Owen and say, I see Evian. Should we just have him get the others and join us?
I suppose that would be best.
And then Walker shouts at Evian.
Does Evian hear Walker?
Yeah, you would hear him.
All right, you see Evian snap his head around. What's Walker saying?
I can't do fucking Foley work, you son of a bitch. He yells, Evian, go get the others and join us.
He just gives a big thumbs up and Gazelle dashes off to find the others.
He looks to
We
the Lord
would've
Mayor
been
looks
with
to
him,
Owen.
presumably.
You guys are
Within
with-
5 or 10 feet each, probably. Yeah. Owen, you the Lord Mayor looks to you. How many
And
did
we
you send
return.
into my town without colors?
We did not send them. Chose to come. I imagine that they have already offered help. Is that not true?
Whether or not they've offered help does not matter. In the grand scheme of... And he just motions around him. A bit of honesty would have went a long way to starting this relationship, would it not have?
I have not told you any lies. Not one.
But you're certainly using some subterfuge in all of this. You have allies that have already ingratiated themselves in this town. For what reason?
These are dangerous times, Mayor. You would not believe half of what we went through to get here. We did not get here by rushing in without undue caution. I did not wish to die on a bridge in my own country by my own people's hands.
There's another pause. And he opens the door to his office, motioning you all in.
And we all really cram in.
Then
all-
he slams the door and pulls out his comically large key ring and locks it.
And cast Fireball.
Fuck.
That's my job.
And then Simon casts Fireball, also on us.
Because no one can speak to Ishri.
You don't kill my
'cause
friends.
they're-
I kill my friends. Sorry, Ishri.
Ishri will keep watch outside because, no one's allowed to speak Lenorian in front of her anymore.
No,
so
you are all being
suspect.
motioned inside.
Never mind, alright.
Okay.
There's still a small crowd, like, gathered around. I don't wager I'm going to be killed in here, but he looks around to the crowd. I trust you all know what to do if something does go wrong. Gives a little half smile at that and waves at them, shutting the door behind him as he comes in behind you. And it is very cramped. There is maybe room for 4 or 5. You guys are like almost shoulder to shoulder in this office now. Behind his desk, there is a small hallway, and then that goes up to a second floor set of stairs.
But he's not leading us that way.
No, I'm just describing the room. He stands behind his desk, looking mostly to you, Owen.
Owen will also stand.
We're all standing.
You want to help us. For one reason or another, all of these people have put their faith in me to guide them through this.
Then, Mike.
They're not fighting. Let me make that very clear. I would not force them to. I would not even ask them to. If they want to volunteer, that's one thing. But if they did, they would be free to leave this place, go to Nashdween with a sword in their hand and say, put me on the front lines. None of them did. What do you want from us?
Before I answer that question, let me ask you one of my... What are you going to do? The rest of the Garish army is defeated. The Red Band will come here next. Perhaps not next. Sooner or later.
I don't think they will. This place is a veritable shithole for the people who don't live here. There's no reason for them to want it. I'm not stupid, Ironblade. I know.
Am not an Ironblade.
You carry yourself as one. You dress as one. It smells like a skunk and looks like a skunk.
You have now insulted us at least 4 times. Please, dispense with such hostility.
I'm doing my due diligence with very little patience to protect these people. Forgive me if my manners are lacking. But I know. I know very well that if Nashdween falls, they will not begin marching to a shithole in the center of the country. They're going to Arnduin. Then they will go south. We will have plenty of time. Once news breaks of Nashdween falling, we will have plenty of time to escape further south.
And where will you go when you hit the sea? Where will you go when all of the land is covered by the shadow of the Red Band?
Shakes his head at that point. I don't know. I don't know where you're planning on going if you lose. But I do know that 500 men and women who are able-bodied but have never swung a sword to save their lives in their lives are not going to turn the tide of this fight. So what is it that you want from us?
You would be surprised. Shakes his head a little bit. I am sorry. What has happened? I did not know that there was another Ironblade who bribed someone to wrong people so badly.
That man was one of my best friends. Now, obviously, no one forced him to accept such a shitty deal. Such a shitty thing. No one forced him to turn their back. Shakes his head, though. But nonetheless, they put him in that chance. They gave him that opportunity to make that mistake. It's not the first time. People have come here before threatening to invade. None will follow through with it. These
It only
people
takes once.
will give their lives for their land, for this valley. Let me ask you again, what do you want from us?
I was sent here by my father. How did he say it? He said that I was to come down here and fix this. That was all.
What does that mean? Because I am a figurehead. If fixing it means killing me, there will be another. There will be another Lord Mayor that they rally behind. These people are too spirited, too wanting, too bitter against Garland to ever fall in step with Nosh Galda's ways. They've been spurned for too long.
Well, I can promise you this. I told my companions here that if there was to be violence, it would not be started by my hand. So let us talk.
That's the one reason you're here. The one promise we made, we will not be drawing blades. We will not be drawing the first strike against our kinsmen, even if they are here to do us harm. So here we are talking. And he just kind of looks at everyone. They bring an entourage of mages, people outfitted in weapons, armor. I understand times are dangerous, but you know how it must look to everyone. It's not
Everyone who I know carries a weapon, especially in times like this. But you did not see any of us draw. You did not see any of us loose harsh words. Carrying a weapon is not a crime, nor should it be evidence of intention.
No. But where there's smoke, there's fire, and seeing the kins march towards my home with weapons is certainly smoke. You have not drawn, you are right, which is why we are here having this conversation. So I will ask again, what do you want from us? That is where this negotiation starts. What we want will come after.
I don't want any of our people to have to die. But some will. Perhaps many. I know my father would wish for hundreds of men, women, warriors. That is what he would wish. I'm not going to ask you for such. Truth is, I don't know. What I do know is that I wish to heed the words that I spoke on the bridge. You can take the first step. You don't have to be warriors. I don't know. We must have those who can shoe horses, smiths, cooks, something.
Give me another persuasion check.
Has it been an hour?
Not yet. Getting
Okey-doke.
close. It's getting real fucking close, but
Hey, you got more spell
Okey-doke.
slots.
you're getting one more bit of juice on it.
Juice. That's pretty good
Juice 'em.
juice. That's pretty good juice.
Oh, and you can feel Karad doing a lot of heavy lifting right now to try and
Is
help
he
you.
fucking-
Karad is doing everything he can to make you seem to be the most appealing man in the fucking entire goddamn Avatlium right now.
You're damn right he is.
My.
Karad's gonna be getting a long rest with Evian after this is over, let me tell you.
Ooh.
My man.
My.
Cannot wait to sleep with Karan. Woo-wee.
You're a fuck god.
You just watch out for the necrotic possession. Sneak up and bite you in the butt.
Hell of a hangover.
I'm going to ask for something that's impossible. You're going to hate this. It's going to be unfair. It's not going to be good for either of us. But there's one thing that has been on the tip of the tongue of every person here. It has been whispered. It has been spoken of. It is the one thing that they have wanted for 15, 20, as long as I have sat in a bar and listened to these people's woes. There's one thing they've wanted.
Oh, and motions for him to proceed.
Independence.
Thought you would say so.
We'll help. I'll convince them. I will sell them. I will throw my reputation, everything. I will be the turncoat of the Rat Creek. If you give them independence. Don't care if they're recognized as a kin. I don't care if they're recognized as a country. But they should not be governed by garish laws that have failed them. By garish traditions that have left them to die.
You would wish this for them, even such justices could be rectified.
They've been treated as independent for a long time now. Rectifying it, fixing this, doesn't matter anymore. We've all learned to live with the good and the bad of the valley. Anyone can choose to leave. We just want to be able to have the choice of whether or not Garland treats us like we want to be treated. Nashgalda failed us. We don't want to give them the chance to do that again. You say yes to that. I will convince 500 men and women, maybe more. March. But not... This falls to you. This is not... They're not going under Kintaran. They're not going to be marching under any of Garland's banners. They march for you. They're your responsibility. Every one of their lives that's lost will fall to you, Owen McDurk.
Put much more faith in me than I would have expected.
You haven't tried to kill us. You haven't tried to undermine us. I imagine the hour's growing late.
I
As I said, you're not the first, you're not the second. We've had these conversations, like the one at the bridge before. You've shown patience. You promised me. You promised me on your mother's name you'll get us independence. And you'll get 500 men.
Dumb question, Ben.
Yep.
Does that seem like a like a request
Feasible?
that Owen can grant?
I mean, with the way things are currently going, no. If things go good, maybe. If you say it to your dad, he will probably laugh you out of the court. But obviously, Nashgalda's politics are not your expertise.
Easy solution. Just lie.
No, I'm not gonna do that.
I know.
It doesn't seem very Owen to just lie.
It was a goof. Come on.
Let me explain. And I will try to be brief as your right time is short. I returned from exile not but a few days ago. Things are not as I thought they would be. This business with your friend, the bribery, that is a symptom of a much deeper problem that I can only...
Well, Walker looks to Owen as if he has, gestures. I don't know how to phrase this. Makes it obvious he has something to say on that regard.
Owen nods at Walker, but then holds up a hand to say, or to, as if to motion that he would like to finish before Walker speaks. I will not lie to you, Mayor. I do not know if what you ask is within my power. I was banished, disgrace by my father. I suspect that I am here because he did not wish to place more responsibility on my shoulders.
Well,
I am.
It's a good thing then that Rat Creek Valley does not fall under Kintaran's domain then, isn't it?
I can promise to speak to the leader of Nashgalda. I can promise to plead your case, stand at your backs. But I cannot promise they will do as you ask.
I can't promise the loyalty of the men and women of the Rat Creek Valley, the Garish cause. I would sell it to them the same way Garland was. They're fighting for their independence. That's what they want to do. That's what I'd tell him. Shakes his head. Looks to Walker, who seemed to be motioning as if to speak before. Your soldiers, your men, your mayor's, whatever you want to call them, they're free to speak. There's no proper etiquette here in this shithole office.
Owen, motion for Walker.
About the task we did earlier, there was more that Tom had to say besides admitting what happened.
Yeah.
He said the only reason he did it is because he was afraid. Afraid of what might happen to the valley. With the invasion going on.
He just nods and looks down for a moment. Well, it's, certainly something for him. Shakes his head again.
Fear can unfortunately make a man do many things that he wouldn't otherwise.
Bravery makes him do other stupid shit. Like keeping us all here when we could be escaping. I think these people, when it comes push to shove, hold out hope. You all can win this war without us, and we can go about our daily life. Because if they're not fighting for their independence, then what are they fighting for? Owen McDurk.
Speak for myself. I will be fighting for my home. My home that has been taken from me by men who are barely fit to call themselves such.
He just nods.
Make no mistake, they will come. If we are not victorious, be a year, be more, but they will come. They are not the type to leave well enough alone.
He just looks on with this stoic gaze. I know. I know we're living on borrowed time. And at this point, he looks to each of you for but a second, and then ends his gaze on Owen. Tell me, 500 untrained men and women, are the difference between victory and defeat. You tell me that. I'll get them for you.
The battlefield? Perhaps not. There are many ways anyone.
Do you believe it? Do you believe that these people are the key to victory? The key to securing the shores of Garland again?
What I believe, Lord Mayor, is that if we do not each and every one of us do our part, that this place that we call home gestures grandly around him will all be burnt to the ground by our enemies. That is what I believe. It does not matter if you are a cook's assistant or an Einblade. So long as you are willing to stand up for what is for your home.
You can see he's thinking, the gears in his head turning. He does this, you can see it's just lump in his throat. You can't promise our independence.
I wish that I could. It sounds as if you do not consider yourselves nor wish to be part of Garland. That is perhaps more garish than many things I have heard.
He looks up and, like, there's not tears in his eyes, but he's almost quivering. You can't promise to grant us independence. But they don't know that. And he motions out the door.
Suggesting that we lied to them.
Do you have a better idea? You try your damnedest. You step over everybody, living and dead, that's in your way in Nashdween to get them their independence. Whether you can or not, you tell them that you will. They'll follow you. They'll listen to me, and they'll follow you.
I will not lead your people to
I
war
will
based
be
on
the
a
martyr.
lie.
I will lie for you then. I would rather be hated and have my friends, family, loved ones, all of these people that I've called neighbors alive, than let the Red Band kill them all. I would rather die a hated turncoat than live in the ashes of what's to come.
You need not lie. If you are so sure of your ability to convince them, tell them the truth. Tell them that no
They're
matter...
not dying for a maybe. They're not going into this for a maybe. I'm going to promise them that the Rat Creek Valley will be independent. Will not be under the thumb of Nashgalda anymore. That finally, we're on our own. We fend for ourselves. That no matter what happens, we're on our own. We're not beheld to anyone. No one's expectations. Same way Garland was to Lenore, we will be to Garland. Because the same way that Lenore failed Garland, Garland failed us. I'll be that martyr. You be their hero, I'll be the martyr. I will be the shield that fucks everything while you try and fix it. Placing trust in you, Owen McDurk. But looks at everyone else, I'm placing trust in all of you, that what's said here does not leave here.
Walker nods.
You are,
Evian nods as well.
you are being so hasty. Owen kind of like stutters a bit and shakes his head.
I
will
don't
not
have
lead
another
these people to
solution.
war based on a lie. I will not do it.
He shakes his head. If you can't promise them independence, then I will. Based on my lie. They're not going to think any lesser of you, of Garland, for my mistakes. You want them. They want their independence.
You spoke earlier about their lives placed in my hand. Are you truly willing? Because some of them will die. Are you truly willing to let those go to their graves, your friends,
With hope in their
believing
hearts.
something that may not be true?
What other option do we have, Owen McDurk? What other option is there right now? The hour's late. Red Band's already in your house. They're on Nashdween's doorstep. We can negotiate. You can go back. You can say you failed. They can send another one and I can start this all over again. And I don't think it'll go as well as this is. If you see another light at the end of this tunnel, please tell me what it is.
Owen, he's right. I don't see this going any better for them.
We have not been talking but a few minutes. And we are all going to...
Because I've had
rush
these
to such a
conversations
conclusion?
before. It's not as if you're the first to come here and offer anything. I see this. This conversation is the best chance the Valley has.
What other option do you see, Owen?
What are they going to do when these 500 people march to the Kins and they begin boasting about how after the war they will be independent, how the Rat Creek Valley will stand alone? What are they going to do when somebody from Nashgalda spits on them, laughs at them? It is a lie that cannot stand.
They'll blame me.
And when they are killed as deserters when they flee the field, what then? That is far worse.
And what would you have happen?
Tell them the truth.
A fight for a chance? The attempt? Give your life and you might be free.
It is better to be truthful to those you care about than lie.
What was it they used to always say about Alistair McDurk? His death started all this. But at no point did he ever think, that there was a chance? At no point did anyone hear when this fight started, what was that? That Garish Independence War. A billion years ago it feels like now. At no point did anyone think, we might be free. They were fighting because they knew they'd be free. They all did their part because they knew deep down. They knew at the end they were either going to die for their freedom or kill for it. Not die and hope that with their dying moments, I hope more than anything that in the end Lenore lets them be free.
Cannot last. Lie.
Nothing does. Only needs to last long enough. He looks to everyone else, waiting to see if anyone else has anything to say about any of this.
If we fail, Owen, someone else is going to come back. They might try to do something like Clive did.
That doesn't... What? Just tell them the truth.
I think a hard truth can be better than a kind lie.
Aye. Well said, Rob. You have admitted it, Lord Mayor. You have said that you know eventually the Red Band will come. Tell them. Do you wish me to get up on a stage and tell them the horrors of Citre? If that is what it takes, I will do it.
Mayor, she speaks Elvish. Would you mind if we have our translator to tell her what's going on?
He, at this point, sits down in his chair, slumping back, losing all manner of energy and authority that he had, and just motions.
Amari.
On it. And then I begin quickly telling her what's going on.
I feel like this is a lose-lose.
It's a lot of
I'm
lose.
not gonna lie.
Honestly, it's more win for us than I expected.
I mean,
We have the guy's support at this point. I thought he was going to be hostile towards us the whole time.
I see this as an absolute win.
All right, Dr. Hulk.
So I don't know if there's... We can tell them about the horrors. We can tell them fight for a chance. I'm sure some will. I'm sure I can... Between the two of us, Owen, you have that clout. Some people will believe you. I'll back you up. Make no promises for how many men will follow, though. I have no idea how many will end up back at Nashdween. 150, 20, I don't know. Sorry, Hannah?
How about this? Mayor, you can tell them that Owen will try, but you can tell them you believe that it will work. That you know it'll work. As long as you are just telling them what you believe, there is no lie. We can do what we can for the next few days, see if we can gain more support. That might help as well. Walker looks to the others, looks to Owen, making sure that he's still on track for timing, because William's unsure.
I mean, every time it comes up, I have to be like, "Hey, man, how much time do you got?"
Based on the travel time it took you to get here and the time they gave you,
let's just say Walker remembers from last time. Then what does Walker remember?
You've got about a day and a half of play before you get back. Before you'd need to leave.
Well,
2 days.
Is that counting the stop in Hatherton?
I believe so. Yeah.
We can also just kick our asses on the way back, going as fast as possible.
I mean,
Really,
if you end up bringing a bunch of men with you, you really wouldn't be able to. If
I mean,
anything,
a bunch
that
of men
would
will be
slow
able to
you
make it
down.
on their own, won't they?
Unless they get accosted by demon magic in the woods.
Also, we could always just send someone, like Rick, to go check on things and report back.
Send
on a
Rick as your
horse.
representative at the fucking meeting of the kids!
No, I don't mean that. I mean
Oh,
the
no.
fucking Haverton, you dickhead!
Oh, I thought you... oh, I thought you just like you guys...
Let's have Ishri represent us at the meeting of the kids. She hasn't got to play enough this
Ishri
session.
as the voice of
I mean,
Owen.
she has been trying to get in a word for the past 5 minutes.
I'm sorry.
Alright, anyway, Hannah, you had something?
I was gonna say, okay. Ishri says in Lenorian, but then she nudges Amari to translate. Well, for one, I think it's probably best that if we're sending them to possibly die, they at least know why they're doing it. And secondly, at this meeting that's happening of the elders, could we not have them send a representative as well, and they could with you argue on their own behalf for being one of these groups? Or would they get killed like that other man was?
Responding
relate what she says.
in Lenorian as she finishes,
Oh, wow.
the Lord Mayor, are you saying that to represent us as at the meetings as a separate kin?
Is that not what you said you wanted?
I think they would. I wish to be independent. I don't think that they would want to. They would want to be of. It is not amicable. I don't think Garland would recognize another kin. We just want to be free. He then proceeds to say that again in Garish, not sure who speaks what.
Joke's on him. We
all
all
know
speak
Lord.
Lenorian.
Well, he's being considerate.
What a nice guy. Let's just do what he asks.
So yeah, if you
You could shoot him in the foot.
we're at a point where answers are few and far between. In the end, he looks at you, Owen. You're the one who's going to be walking back to Nashdween and telling them something. I'm willing to put in the work to get you your men, and keep the Kins happy. I'm willing to be that sacrifice. If you don't want to do that, if you want to tell them the truth, I'll do everything in my power to get as many people as possible, but I promise you, you're not getting as many. People aren't willing to die for a maybe. You're about as garish as they come, you should know that.
Tell them Walker said that is enough for...
What, Nick?
You
Tell them-
cycling out. I thought you said tell Walker sent you.
Yeah,
Tell
you cut
them-
out and that's what it sounded like.
Tell them what Walker said. That is enough for me. Tell them that I will do all that I can. See the valley be free. Tell them that you believe that it will be so, if that is true. But do not lie to your own people. They deserve better.
They also deserve better than Nashgalda breathing down their throats, than Kintaran breathing down their throats. The representative sent every week with a new way to threaten us into compliance.
I do not wish to make excuses.
All of us who are here because we believe in Owen. If he says he'll do everything he can, he will.
Alright. Then the last thing I need from you is the promise that however many men you get, I know they wanted 500 men from the valley. In the Nashgalda reserves, I don't know. They wanted 500 men ready to fight. 500 men and women that can stand side by side with the finest of Garland. And I can tell you now they're not getting that because I don't think there are 100 people here who could stand side by side with the finest of Garland. One thing I can tell you. I tell them the truth. You, Owen, you promise me. If you get 50 men, if you get 25, you still make sure this does not fall. That this does not continue. Because it doesn't happen again. There are only 25 people who are willing to take up arms and follow you back to Nashdween. I don't want to see another Ironblade on the other side of that bridge, wanting 475 more.
I have no power to stop them.
Because it's not just the Red Band that I'm protecting these people from. You seem to forget that. And right now, be honest with me, who's the bigger threat? The Red Band, who will be here eventually? Or the Kins, who knock on our door every day?
Devil you know, or the one that you don't.
Time's more important right now. It buys me more time and more leverage to tell them we'll be independent. We'll be recognized. Isn't that worth it? I need a promise one way or another that this is the end of Garland coming into the valley, at least for now. That this is the end of of Garland asking the valley to support them during the war. You need to be able to do that if you can't guarantee independence.
I can try. Do everything in power. Stop men like Clive coming here and making threats or offering bribes. I can do my damnedest.
Very well,
But
but
I
that's your reputation on the line. Word gets back. This doesn't end. They keep beating down our doors, wanting more soldiers, wanting more help. That's on you, Owen McDurk.
Place much more confidence.
I have
would
to
have
trust
expected.
someone. I am backed into a corner, and my options are to lash out or try and trust someone. And frankly, I don't think I could take you in a sword fight, Mr. McDurk.
I don't know what to fucking tell this guy, man.
Why do you always have to give us such hard shit, Ben?
Just let the guy lie, easy.
Just say yes.
No!
So, as you guys are having this...
Just play your character in a way that you wouldn't. Easy.
As you guys are having this conversation, as the tension gets higher than ever before, we're gonna go ahead and take a break. A much
Gotta
fucking
more
needed...
soda. We established we have like a day and a half, 2 days.
So, as the conversation continues, we come back. It is a very tense conversation, and he just looks and just... So what would you have happen then? Exactly, if you're not wanting to...
Listen to
Just
me.
shakes his head.
Listen. I can contact my mother, my magic. I can ask her if she can find out more. I can ask her if such a thing could be done without violence, without bloodshed. I can ask. That way we will know for sure. You should not have to lie to your people. They should not have to be lied.
I agree, but... comes a time where that's the option. If you can speak, if you can figure out... Get a promise. Get something. Be waiting. Trust me, I'm not going anywhere today. He gives a little half smile at that. Don't... Maybe I should leave you guys to your... in here. Might not be the most welcome around town right now.
Could cross the bridge, if that would make things easier.
Walking through it. Still 5 minutes of people pissing and shitting in your general direction. It's up to you.
If it would make them feel more at ease.
Answers and decisions are gonna make them feel more at ease. Not wait and sees. We've had enough of those to last us longer than Lenore's been around. At this point, he stands up and walks out of his own office, leaving you guys with the privacy of the Lord Mayor's office in Hobarton.
When he opens the door to leave, we hear like, you know, that sudden spike in
Rabble,
volume.
Yes,
of
yeah,
a-
there's
of
still
a
people
fucking-
outside. Yeah.
Are they like torch and pitchforking out there?
It doesn't seem like it. Like, weapons still held, not ready to go.
They're just waiting to see.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Son of a
Well-
bitch! Let me fucking write up the fucking sending. God damn it!
Owen says as he pulls out a sheet of paper.
Walker
Oh.
will comment, leaning against one of the walls. Difficult situation, isn't it?
honestly, it is going better than I thought it would. He's at least willing to talk with us.
I can agree with that. I was surprised to see just how, I thought the town would be more on edge after that person we met the other day.
Could ask him about that. See if there are others who fled the valley so armed. People out there, they do not look like that man. They have swords, yes, but not like that.
Rick nods in agreement. Honestly, I thought we'd be doing our negotiating behind bars. At least on our half. Motions to Walker. The balls on this one to pick the worst time to come out as one of our retainers, huh?
I'll say.
Owen kind of smiles sadly, and he looks at Walker and he says, "Next time, just let us stay in the fire."
At this point, Rick gets like this sly grin and just like mostly meets at Owen's gaze and a little bit at Simon, and just, you know, they say lack of sleep leads to bad decision making.
Felt necessary.
Stick up your ass probably doesn't help either.
Pointedly ignoring
Rom
that.
does like a fucking spit take.
It felt necessary. Continuing the charade would be dishonest.
Well, you're not wrong.
Still, I mean, from an information standpoint, having half of us not officially affiliated with the other half will have probably been a bit more convenient.
Maybe.
I do think the people here value honesty, though.
It is not right to lie.
As I said, it felt necessary.
From what I've heard, these people have been lied to a holy hell of a lot, it seems like.
That's what helps make it such a pickle.
From what I've seen, the valley isn't doing well. I don't know how long they'll last independent.
I mean, it'd be any worse than it's been going, right?
Suppose not. Shame they won't. That offering them help isn't going to be the answer here.
At this point, Rick
Will they-
thinks for a second. I'm sorry, Hannah.
Will they really do better on their own?
It's hard to say.
Rick,
I
thinking
suppose
about
if they truly want independence, it's not our place to say.
Sounds to me as if we have been left out in the cold for some time.
learn to live in it.
I
Really chaps my ass about the whole thing, though. After all this time, they've learned to live with it. Obviously, it's its whole own house of cards here. Not exactly, well and truly set up, but... And in comes Garland knocking, asking for 500 able-bodied men and women. What happens if they need something done, then? If the 500 people who can repair houses and build and create, if they're all gone, even if you... Let's say it's good. They only lose 100. Imagine if they lose 100. That's so much more shit in disrepair, so much more shit not getting fixed, blacksmiths not making hinges for doors.
You're right.
Whoever they lose, that's hurting them.
The alternative is being slaughtered by the Red Band when they come.
And before then, to allow more people, the likes of Clive, to try alternate methods of persuading them.
That was something.
The official I mentioned, he was an officer at the land claims office. Without all those documents, there'd be no way to prove who owns what. People could just claim they own whichever farm they wish.
So Clive's plan was to ransom their own lands back to them for the promise of men.
That's what it sounds like.
Or even just create the chaos of people preferring to fuck off, right? I mean, if I'm just saying, like, he kind of looks at Rom at this point. If someone walked up to our house and said, hey, that's ours now, we didn't, you know, have the means to defend it, who's to say we don't just join the Red Band? What's the difference? Either way.
It is the act of a coward or a desperate man.
Or someone just doesn't want to deal with it the right way.
The other thing we learned here is that it seems that Rats Creek Valley is a common destination for deserters.
And
Be that
rats.
as it may.
But
And
that's
rats.
a little besides the point.
I mean, that tracks. I mean, had to get the name somehow, right?
Be that
As
as
if-
it may, I must contact my mother.
Is someone asking everyone to be quiet?
Kind of.
Yeah, you bitch. man.
and then he says, "I'll only be a moment." And he like kind of
Walks into the corner,
Goes,
grabs his cell
like
phone.
walks into a corner or some shit. I don't know. Goes to a window if there's windows.
He needs to fucking at least look at nature while he does this. Like, come on. He's not getting a good signal in here.
And the rest,
Good signal.
and the rest continue to chat while he casts.
Rum
Honestly thought it
whispers to
was-
everyone else about how, like, apparently giant rats come out of the fucking river in the spring or whatever it was.
I honestly thought it was a practical joke until I saw the stilts on the houses.
They use weapons?
Hmm?
Because left a wheelbarrow of weapons outside of town. Can the rats use those?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, shit.
No, Ishri.
Ishri, we're gonna have to go back and
No,
get
no,
those.
no. It's
we might have to deal with
it's
armed
just
rats.
no.
Shut the
It's only
fuck up.
at a certain time of year. That's not
Ishri, animals don't
now.
use weapons.
Only on a certain time of year they do, Ishri.
Shut up.
Rick,
Eric.
shut up. No, they don't.
I'm sorry. I'm
animals
just
cannot use
messing with you,
weapons.
Ishri. Don't worry, I love you.
That's what separates animals from people.
At this point, Rick begins, like, motioning
He
his
looks
thumb.
at Walker like, what the fuck, man?
Oh.
Does he
Man, I'm
actually
not
do
a
that?
fucking
That's what
person.
really killed me.
I mean, he looks at him like, so I am an animal?
That's not what I mean, and you know it.
I'm just
You said-
saying, look.
You said
look,
that's
you
what
see
separates
how-
them.
Meanwhile,
not use
you've got,
weapons.
like, Rick trying to explain the concept of opposable thumbs to Ishri.
Understands opposable thumbs if you just like. I mean,
Alright, well, look. At this point, he, like, grabs a
Ishri.
sheet of paper and starts, like, drawing a rat and, like, trying to explain the difference between a paw and a thumb.
Ishri.
Ishri, who told you that animals use weapons?
well, there were some worries about the rabbits maybe using them, and then Rick
said
said he'd
this?
like to be attacked by a rabbit with a weapon.
Rick, you need to be careful what you say around Ishri.
I know,
Ishri, that's
but,
not how that works.
I
Rabbits
know, but
don't
you know.
attack people.
all I said was, I'm gonna leave my weapons here so they don't think we're trying to kill them, and
Right?
no one's gonna find them because the place was in the middle of nowhere. But if the rabbits figure it out, well, I damn near deserve to be cut down by a hair.
It was
The
a
figure of
joke,
speech.
Ishri.
You should probably just take more or less anything Rick says with a grain of salt.
Honestly, Rick, Amari,
What I mean is,
Not me.
don't just
Not literal salt. That's also an expression.
don't take everything he says at face value. Don't believe him 100% because
You
he might
keep
be
using
joking.
expressions.
Yeah, you're still
Do
using
not believe
expressions
I'm
what
there.
doing my
he
best,
says.
Evian. Come on.
he's not always serious. Ishri.
He's very funny, man.
Yeah,
Both in
I'm
looks and
not
in
Lokar
speaking.
ever, actually.
Rick, please.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was busy buying time for Nick.
I've been done. I put it in the
Oh.
chat. I've been
Oh.
sitting here waiting for you guys to finish bantering.
Wait, what?
How long can the fucking Samsa clan try and explain things without using euphemisms and plays on words? While still using euphemisms and plays on words. Alright, so,
Fucking
Nick,
plans.
sending, please, God.
Is there a window?
There is in the back. There's like a small room. It's like a little more than a broom closet. And
Is
there's
it-
a window. It's a small window. It's a little dirty. You like have to like rub it to clean it off a bit. But
Is it an openable window or not?
no, it is not
Oh,
openable.
don't open a window. You'll get a rock thrown at you.
Okay.
Yeah, please
well,
don't.
It
Owen
is
will-
looking out over the river itself.
Just
Owen
make sure
will-
there aren't any angry boys out there.
Owen will look out the window
Some aggressive young men.
in as best as he can approximate a northwesterly direction. He will think of his dear and beloved mother. And he will speak softly, his words echoing across the distance, and he will say, Mother, we made it to Hobarton. They wish for their freedom, their independence. We no longer wish part of Garland. Is this possible? That's it.
Owen, it's good to hear you. I don't know, but if that's what it takes to end that, I can try and talk to your father. Or Nashgalda's leaders. Hope you're well. That's all.
Is there any more information that I can get out of? I could send in dear old dad.
You could send in
Good.
Clive and tell him to shove it.
That's very tempting. hey, fuck
Hey, Clive, you
you.
big fucking bitch.
Right-
What the fuck, dude?
Right before you go to bed, when you're like on a beach on vacation, getting ready to have like a 3-day fucking margarita long rest, just blow all of your spell slots telling him to go fuck himself.
You know what? I was thinking about this earlier, Ben. Like when I was thinking about the that one dude that we passed on the road,
Yeah.
and like we've already seen it canon that most people don't know how the spell works. So like if Owen was feeling particularly vindictive, could he just sending people and like pretend to be voices in their heads?
No, because they know who it's from within reason. So like they know they would know like whatever they knew about you. So they'd know like you're the garish Einblade question mark that stopped them on the road.
But like if I say like I have terrible magic powers and I have been granted power over your mind.
I mean, yeah, you
like,
could try and do a deception check for that.
I'll inspire that.
You should
I'll
let
save
me
that
do
for my
that.
next character.
I'll inspire you for that one.
Owen will take a last look out the window and then rejoin his companions. He'll say,
Who are still explaining to Ishri that rabbits can't use weapons.
under normal circumstances, Owen would smile, but this time he just rejoins the group and he says, I have spoken to Fiona.
And
She says she will see what can be done.
so we'll need to bide our time then.
I will message her tomorrow and see if anything has changed. I think that is the best we can do for now.
Maybe in the meantime we can try to help more around the town if they'll let us.
The mayor would have to convince them that we're not here to cause trouble.
Well, if there's anyone who can, it'll be him.
Quite.
Perhaps. Well, I don't know. I don't.
Maybe in the
Did not-
meantime, Evian can get some more rest. Looks like it's doing some good.
I do feel better than I did before, I believe. It will just come with time. I don't
Time.
know what the fuck those things did, but it took a lot out.
Glad to hear that you are feeling better.
Shame we don't have more time just to look into that.
You have
I'm
the-
quite curious about everything that happened there.
I wouldn't say I'm curious, but I am. I do wish we could put a stop to it if there is anything else going on. But that's neither here nor there.
Well, maybe we could come back after the meeting. Unless we're given another job or something.
I can't imagine that we won't be. If we're successful here, they'll most likely put us to use elsewhere. Or find use for us elsewhere.
There is the meeting of the kins to consider. Something will happen there, I am sure of it.
Right.
Decisions will be made.
At this point, we are just waiting for tomorrow, then.
Aye.
Let's let the mayor know, then. Walker will walk over to the door and open it.
He's over discussing things with the crowd, which has dispersed a decent amount, and he turns after a moment and like waves a couple people away and heads back in.
Walker lets him returns to his
Are you
spot.
all, I mean, is there news or what?
I have spoken to my mother. She says that she will see what can be done. We'll send her another message tomorrow.
All right. Well, I mean, I'd say you're free to stay in the town, but imagine you might not be too welcomed. He kind of shrugs this point. Y'all can try, but that's up to you.
Perhaps it would be better for everyone camped across the river.
Probably.
Very well. Get to his... I guess he was already standing. He's going to cross to the mayor.
If there's anything you can say to the town to convince them that we're not here to cause any harm,
I've been
I would like
trying
to see if
for
we can-
10 minutes now. I mean,
So
some
I'd like to
people
see
are
if
more
we can-
amicable than others on this front, but again, I mean, wearing Kintaran armor and all that, not exactly a refreshing sight.
I'd like not to just let things stay.
I'm not telling you to leave, I'm just telling you it'll probably be kind of shitty if you stay. If you don't mind getting tomatoes thrown at you and maybe being refused service at the bar, no one's gonna try and kill you or nothing.
Walker will defer to Owen's judgment here.
Do you think anyone would accept help of any kind? Even with just everyday things?
He just has this look of... The look that eventually translates to something along the lines of, you're free to try.
Well,
You have caused enough uproar in the town, I think. Best let them be.
hmm.
All right, if that's what you think is best.
And, Owen's going to cross to the mayor, offer him a hand.
He does shake your hand, though obviously the shake of a man who is tired, weak, and desperately needs, like, a long rest.
Damn, if only he had a bed.
Only had a bed and 3 days without all kinds of a fucking mess to deal with.
With 3 days with margaritas and some extra spell slots to do some sendings.
Yeah.
To his worst enemies.
Owen, McDurk, and Clive.
Yeah, seriously, if you consider it, really, in my world with my rules, most people don't really get long rests very often. Like, maybe once a month or something.
Ugh. Well, luckily
If
we
we
don't
consider your rules, I get a long rest like once a year.
Yeah, I'm about the same.
have...
Why are you like this?
What do you mean? Sorry, I have insomnia. My bad.
Sorry, I'm a
I mean-
workaholic who
How
hates
dare you.
sleeping.
Same. I'm sorry.
How fucking dare you speak?
You ableist
You
piece of shit.
ableist.
Alex.
God damn
I'm gonna
it!
say,
Oh!
you fucking hypocrite. What the fuck, man?
Anyway.
Don't call people
I
out.
mean,
everyone
I fucking
jumps on
sleep
Alex.
all goddamn day, and I probably still don't get a long rest because I have
That's
a bad
because you
brain.
sleep too much.
Anyway.
It's bad for you.
Anyway, so what are you
Anyway.
guys doing?
Owen's
Don't-
going
don't-
to remount Luoth, buckle his sword back on, and begin leading the way out of Hobarton.
Grab the stuff and fuck off.
There were a few stink eyes, but for the most part, people were just kind of slightly avoiding you, like getting out of your way earlier than
That's
they otherwise would.
Fine.
Throws any tomatoes at Ishri? She wanted to try a tomato.
No,
Christ.
no one's throwing a tomato.
Hannah.
I can't wait for Ishri to ask what a tomato is when we get back to camp.
Does anyone throw like a good night's rest at Walker? He'd sure like to try one.
Do you guys remember that one time when Evian almost
Yes.
killed a man in Dunrock with a tomato?
Yes.
Wonderful times. I miss that.
So anyway,
Man, it would have been funny if I replaced Walker in that last joke with Mitchell.
at this point, it's early to mid-afternoon, like 3-ish, maybe 4. You guys cross back to the other side of Hobarton. You setting up camp now? What are you doing?
Yeah, probably.
Is
Not
there
much else to
like,
do.
is there a place that's not like somebody's farm? You know?
I mean, yeah, if you keep heading, like, I assume you don't want to be right across the river where people are just going to be staring at you.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
probably,
we're trying to.
probably half hour, 45 minutes north, it gets more rocky again. And, you know, you can kind of camp right at the edge of, like, the fields where there's no obvious farms.
Yeah. Find a nice clear spot, set things up, get a good fire going. Shackle up the horses. That's not the right term, but you know what I mean.
Hitch.
Tether the horses? Hitch the horses?
Either or.
Practice deadlifting, Amari.
Practice deadlifting the horses.
Oh.
The horses practicing deadlifting, Amari?
The horses
Hey,
eating
well,
Amari
I mean,
Oh.
and some aloe vera.
So anyway, you guys set up a camp early. Do you have anything you want to do today, or for the rest of the day? Anything you need to talk about, or are you going to bed?
I think there's like, at least from Owen, there, like as soon as we, set up the camp and like there's that moment where he like sits on a stump or a rock or something and he just lets out a monstrous sigh.
After the camp's fully set up, Walker, of course, just like a fucking robot, just starts working on his fucking crossbow. That's all he fucking does with his time.
Hey, Walker,
Hmm.
you want to play a game?
Walker just pauses his fucking work.
Rick pauses as well and looks up.
He just looks to Amari.
Oh, Was this like as we were resting, or?
Yeah. This is like as soon as we sat,
Okay.
we got the camp together.
Oh, okay,
Owen
good.
sits down to
I was just
heave a
making sure
sigh,
I
and
was.
Walker's-
I wasn't doing this in the middle of nothing.
Yeah, we're not like on the bridge still,
Yeah. Okay.
but still, Walker
play-
just fucking
You know, truth
pauses
or
and
dare.
fucking looks.
Truth or dare.
Truth or fucking dare.
Do you
Now
want to know
Rom
something?
is looking up like,
You know how to play it?
Did you want to know something, or did you want a favor?
Just play a little game of truth or dare.
If you want a favor or to ask me something, you can just do so, Amari. You don't need to do it as a game.
All right. Just wanted you to go to sleep for once.
I slept last night, Amari.
I guess. I wasn't in. Was I in your room? I don't remember. I don't remember whose room. We didn't say whose room who went in.
I imagine you wouldn't know, as I went to bed after you.
Mm.
And got up before. That's neither here nor there.
All right.
And
Never
then
mind
Walker
then.
goes back to his work, not finishing the conversation in a non-committing way.
Okay. I just wanted to do this thing where it's like I choose truth. It's like, when did you last go to sleep? Like, I want to choose dare. Go to bed.
Because is Walker just saying that to himself?
No.
Oh, that would be funny.
Ishri will play a game with Amari called either Ishri teaches Amari how to not die in a fight, or Amari teaches her how to speak. That's the
I
game.
want to teach Ishri something new. We'll take a quick pause on the Garish lessons for tonight. I want to teach her
Yes.
Amari's.
What's he doing?
Essentially, Amari is going to, in Elvish, so no one else can see what he's trying to teach her. He's trying to teach her like hand signals for like, it's essentially layman's like version of like the simple version of like sign language, but it's not actually sign language. But essentially, it's just a series of like hand motions. So, like he can just like non-verbally tell her things.
Can you teach her that the middle finger means hello, it's nice to meet you?
No,
Please
not
do.
doing that thing.
If Ishri, I don't remember who mentioned the practice. I think Ishri did. If Ishri mentioned the idea of, training, Walker would mention that probably a bad idea to do weapon training so close to the town.
Ishri will stick to languages then. I guess
Is this-
hand gesture like.
Go ahead.
No, that was it.
Ven, is this like, are we like full on craggy mountains here?
No,
or-
it's like, it's still dirt and kind of fields, but like, it's obviously shallow enough that like, farming is not useful. It's too mountainous.
Is there anything resembling woods or fields to walk in?
Yeah, like, to the south is fields, though they eventually become farms.
How's the hunting, Vin?
Oh, yeah,
Not good, 'cause we're not next to town?
Yeah, you haven't really seen shit over here.
I wouldn't think so.
Like, you might be able to, like, if you really want to spend some time perched up on a rock, not moving, like, half a mile away, you might be able to hunt, like, a fucking condor or something.
Yeah, I think Fucker's good.
Maybe you could luck out and climb the mountain and find a goat.
Well,
I bet I
after a
could
while-
fucking hunt. I bet I could fucking hunt goats.
But you could fuck a goat.
I could fuck a goat.
After
Whoa.
a while, before dark, Owen's going to go on a walk, sing to the trees or the grass or some other form of plant life.
Alright. Not.
I'm gonna try again.
What are you trying again?
gonna try to ask Walker if he wants to get a full night's rest tonight, but I'm gonna subtly slip in a suggestion. And it's concentration for 8 hours, so once he goes to sleep, he'll be asleep for a while.
Walker, give me a wisdom save.
Probably good at those.
Hope you know. If I fucking succeed this, you're getting fucking slapped.
Oh.
For fucking 1 damage.
Do it.
Yes! Yeah, Walker. You know
Night,
what?
Walker.
You know what? He has your best interests at heart, and I mean, he might get on your nerves sometimes and be a little bit lazy, but like, he's a good guy. He's really nice. Yeah, you can do that for him. You can get a night's rest, no problem.
What all spell slot did you fucking spend on it, you son of a bitch?
It was a second.
Suck.
Yeah.
I don't know how to react to this.
Well,
I literally don't know how to fucking
I just told you, Walker's like, yeah, you know, he's got your best interest at heart. He's a good guy. He just cares about you and you're his friend, and you know.
I don't know what did he fucking do? I don't.
He suggested you get a night's sleep, a good night's sleep.
Did he do funny hand symbols? Is it all vocal? Like what's
It's all vocal.
I don't. I literally don't know how to react to this because there was no. It was just fucking Mitch saying, "I cast spell."
No, he said he started talking as he did it.
Yeah. Hey, Walker. You know, you should probably take a little bubble nap.
I don't know how else to respond. I don't know if that was I don't think I was in character.
Oh, Walker's been taken so far out of his comfort zone with this that like William is broken.
I was fucking broken before this happened. You're taking advantage of a broken man. And I don't know if I'm talking about in-character or out of character.
I'll do it every time.
That's dark.
So anyway,
Walker's response was,
and then getting a nice early sleep.
And then weirdly just fucking, like super out of characterly, like not saying anything, pulling out his fucking sleeping bag as soon as it starts fucking sunsetting, and going to bed. Without explaining why to anyone, in a super weird, like out of character way.
God, in the morning when Walker's no longer under the effects of that and realizes a spell was cast upon him, boy.
But he'll feel so rested, though.
I'm wondering if Walker would pistol whip him.
Yeah, it'll be a very rested pistol whip. It'll be the best pistol whip he's ever given.
He's literally slept. I don't know what this is about. He slept the night before.
Amari doesn't know that.
He should.
Amari goes over to Rom and like attempts to give her a high five.
High five.
I got
fucking maniacs.
Just so everyone's in on the goof. Rom whispered to Amari to do that.
Well, to be fair, it was Rick's suggestion.
Okay.
Simon.
So Rick told Rom who told Amari.
We did the triple high five.
Simon, knowing that he could stop all this, just smiles and nods.
Simon silently in counterspell says nothing.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I have it ready. Could have stopped it all, but I let it.
Why would he ruin that?
Exactly.
All right, so
why would you do that?
As you guys have
she did say that she would accept no part of the consequences.
Wait. I have one last. I have a period to put on this joke. Owen returns shortly after sunset, with that same kind of weighted expression, and he kind of starts in surprise as he sees Walker sound asleep in his sleeping bag, and he looks around and he says, "Well, it's good that he's finally taking a night to rest." And he smiles.
Sing him a lullaby by myself.
And he smiles and gets ready for bed.
Sure is something.
And then I tell Owen he should stay up all night.
No, don't do that.
What the fuck?
I mean, you want to try it, Rich?
I start
You want to try it?
I start subtly.
Hey, Vin.
No, I don't. It was just a
Hey,
joke.
Vin.
I just start subtly changing their sleeping patterns. They just reverse each other.
Hey,
Oh.
Vin, if Amari, Rom, and Rick were standing like in a row, could I pistol whip them all in one fluid motion?
No.
Their
I
heights
think
are
the
too
problem is if
varied.
you hit Rom or Rick, there's not going to be enough follow through
Wait a
because they're
minute,
hardy
wait a minute.
enough. And if you hit
Wait a
Amari,
minute.
there's going to be too much follow through.
Wait a minute. You line them up so it's Rom, then
Well, Rom has to be like
Rick.
crouching.
then it's Rom, then Rick, then Amari. So they're in like a stairway formation. So you just diagonally down whip.
I think Rick's almost like Rick might be. Rick's nearly as tall as Rom. It would be a very. It would be a very like fall off. There's no way you could pistol whip them all. Too much of a height difference.
Can't believe it.
Okay.
Anyway, so
You just have to do it one at a time.
with that, you guys set up camp for the night here in the Rat Creek Valley outside of Hobarton and get a night's rest. For the sake of brevity,
Hang on. The suggestion must be worded in such a manner as to make the course sound reasonable. That didn't sound reasonable.
Taking a full night's rest is reasonable.
yeah, I would
Okay.
say suggesting a full night's rest is a reasonable action.
Can't believe that. Oh, dear.
It's not like I'm telling you shoot yourself in the foot, loser.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. So with that, you guys get a night's rest. Come to early in the next morning. Walker, you wake up feeling very rested, as usual, up early. The smell of Owen making tea. Like, you're up early, but, like, you went to bed really early. And there's that moment, like, you know when you have those nights where you sleep for, like, 12, 14 hours, like, you like, it takes you a minute to figure out, is it morning or night? You have that, but then it comes back to you. And then, like, everything comes back. Amari casting a spell, it affecting you.
Marty's just sleeping smugly.
Rom would have tried to get up early so that she could be like hopefully unconspicuously absent while the pistol whipping happens.
For the sake of equality, would Walker pistol whip a woman?
I mean, if he was going to pistol whip someone, he would not take their gender into account.
Fair enough. Well, I was asking because, like, while pistol whipping Rom's fine, would you really want to pistol whip Amari?
We'll see.
Anyway, so, yes, you get up. The smell of tea, of course, as Owen has already begun prep, awakens you.
Owen's got a wan smile as Walker awakens, and he wordlessly offers him a tea.
Walker is very visibly mad.
His,
He's visibly angered.
oh, no, his Owen's face falls, and he said, "What's wrong, Walker?"
Walker, it looks like Walker's about to fucking, like, go on a tirade, like, about to fucking shout at the fucking world, but he just fucking closes his mouth and takes the cup of tea and fucking sips,
Owen
chewing
looks
in
on.
his anger.
Why
Owen
do you
looks on
angrily
with
sip tea? That's
concern.
so sad.
You scowl.
It's like you can view anger lines above him. Like heat anger lines as he steams.
Oh, all right.
But it might just be
so-
the tea.
Was it a dream again, Walker?
No, Omari cast a fucking spell on me.
He did what?
He used his damn magic on me.
For what purpose?
Walker just fucking grits his fucking teeth. Fucking bastard used his fucking magic to make me go to bed. Damn waste of...
Go the fuck to sleep.
It's okay, Walker. I got all my spell points back. I didn't
Man,
waste anything.
I'm trying to figure out how Owen responds to that.
Walker's mad at fucking Amari wasting Walker's time and his own fucking magic on this.
In the long run, I wasted no magic. I profited.
Walker doesn't know how that works. Fuck you.
Owen kind of bites his lip for a second, and then he asks, "What are you going to do?"
Walker continues to fucking stew for a moment, takes another sip of tea, and then another, and doesn't answer.
Oh no!
At this point, people are starting to get up.
Mari probably last.
I
someone has to
think
wake
it's
him
safe
up.
to say Evian is sleeping probably last. He's trying to get rid of this
True.
fucking bullshit.
Don't hurt him too bad.
What? Who? Why are you? What? Who are you hurting?
Walker ignores Ishri and continues to drink tea while still fuming.
Owen's gonna do that thing where he leans over to Ishri and he says quietly, knowing full well that Walker can hear him. He's gonna say quietly, "Apparently, Mari cast a spell on him."
To mention, getting one night of sleep doesn't make Walker look any less tired. It doesn't. After the life he's lived, it doesn't have an effect like that.
It's a start.
Does he look? Does he feel a little bit better?
No.
I mean, he probably would if he wasn't mad about it.
Yeah, I was about to say.
No, it's a matter of it would take Walker having a consistent, healthy sleep schedule for a while for him to feel actually better. Getting a spot of sleep here and there isn't enough to really do anything in the long run besides keep him from dying.
But anyway.
Well, so we do it every night.
But he just had to sleep the night before.
So, Amari, you awaken. Everyone at this point awake except Evian, who's, Evian tossing and turning, trying to stay comfortable. You're doing everything you can to fucking awake here, toss over, try and sleep more. Just getting as much fucking rest as you can.
Trying so hard.
Mari wakes up and is
I'm
fine.
not dead.
He checks his limbs, make sure they're still there, make sure his fingers and wiggles his toes, making sure Walker didn't cut any off in his sleep.
You are in no pain. You are physically fit as a fiddle.
Walker is sitting in front of the waning campfire that was used to heat up breakfast. Still clearly quite angry, sipping tea.
Imagine he's staring boreholes into Mari's head.
No,
If Luke's
not
could
an
kill,
Amari.
Alright. What do you
Runk
guys
casually has breakfast with Rick.
Rick is sharing some of the teriyaki flavored jerky with you.
Funny bacon.
The funny bacon.
What does Amari do? Mitch?
Love funny bacon.
He slowly rises and just tries to casually.
Does he go for the breakfast that's sitting next to the fire?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Tell me, Mitch. What's Amari do? Tell me, Mitchell. Robert Faircloth.
I didn't like being.
my God.
I didn't like
I
you
don't like
calling
you.
him
I don't like
Mitchell.
that you
I thought-
invoked my true name. It's gonna go on the internet.
He's been invoked.
I'm gonna dox you, you fucking Italian.
What are you, Italian?
Bitch, what are you doing? Stop laughing and answer the question!
I'm trying. It's very hard. Yeah, he reaches for it.
Then he gets slapped.
And then he takes it. Does he then immediately move away?
A little.
Does he turn to do so, or does he slowly back up?
He slowly backs up.
Without looking at him, Walker finishes his sip,
Oh no.
still looking angry,
Oh no.
says, Amari,
Mhm.
ever cast a spell on me without asking first. Again. Walker slowly reaches for his fucking crossbow that's at his hip and grips the fucking.
Oh fuck! I'll fucking end you, you loser.
He
We will go
lets
to the Shadowfell.
and returns his fucking hands to his fucking other hand to his lap and continues sipping his tea, not finishing
Something's
the
gonna
threat.
fucking happen.
Not finishing the threat.
Mari just kind of
Hey, Ben, want me to roll?
intimidation against me. Make a
I
and I
feel
make
like-
an insight check.
I feel like you get advantage on that one.
Yeah, you can roll intimidation with advantage, and I'll roll
Ben,
against insight. Or
thoughts?
whatever.
Yeah, go ahead. You get advantage for that. You threatened him for fucking 10 real-time minutes. Unfortunately,
I'm
when Walker
intimidated.
doesn't get sleep, when Walker goes to sleep, it's less threatening. Oh.
There you
He
go.
just kind of
Walker
he
is
just kinda-
threatened Amari.
It's like-
gulps and says sorry, and just goes about eating.
Walker continues sipping tea.
Owen glances awkwardly between between his two friends.
Still fuming.
So, eventually, you guys finish your breakfast. What is the plan for the day, friends?
Well, Owen is pretty much gonna wait until like the same time that he's sending on his mother.
Okay, so afternoon?
Yeah.
You're spending
Walker
almost the
does
whole day out
eventually
here.
stop drinking tea. He does get to work on his fucking crossbow bullshit. You know, collect some extra bits of wood. Maybe he'll, fuck it. Walker will make some more wooden caltrops or something. Spend some time being constructive. Constructing things.
Does he do the thing where he's like mad, like he's shaving some wood and he's like mad about it.
No.
Shaving
Walker
harder than he should.
Walker is clearly in a shitty mood, but that does not affect his craft.
I see.
He is a consummate professional. I don't know what that means.
Good phrase though.
It is. I'm gonna Google it right now.
I'm gonna gather up the boys and we're gonna like spar
Ooh.
with sticks or something.
A character who is characterized by their intense professionalism and intolerant of the lack of it, therefore, of any others. Wow, that's appropriate. Very serious character, by choice or requirement. Yeah, so he makes some fucking wooden caltrops. Need to roll then?
No. You can make wooden caltrops.
So it's a generic bag of them then?
Yeah.
Okay, Walker already had one, so I'm just gonna up my count.
So, is there anything else before you guys, before Owen is able to construct his second sending that Nick already has prepared because he's a good player?
Yeah, that.
Did you hear what I said?
I did not.
No. Oh,
I'm
you're gonna
gonna
try
yeah,
with
gather
sparring
up
with
the
sticks.
boys and spar with sticks or something.
Not a lot in the way of sticks out here in an open field.
Walker, if she makes her intention known wanting to spar, Walker would reiterate, we should do our best not to do any training around here. We don't want to seem at all aggressive to the locals.
Well, then we'll do fucking push-ups or something. Push-up contest.
Take turns sitting on each other and doing push-ups. Make sure you stomp on Evian's back to give him a disadvantage.
Alright, listen, I'm asleep, okay? Fuck off.
Push-up contest. Give me
Eastern
athletics
droids, Eastern
checks. Oh.
They all do push-ups on top of each other.
It's
To make
a
it a tower
human
push-ups.
pyramid, but with push-ups.
There you go.
It's a many-man Eiffel Tower, if you will.
It's a 5-man
Oh
Eiffel
my.
Tower.
Oh
Alright,
my.
athletics checks all around from the people who are doing push-ups.
Is Amari in the middle?
Great.
Athletics check, you say. My favorite.
Alec.
I put my hand on a slug
Expected.
Put your hand on a slug?
and scream.
I feel like Alex just shared with us like one of her problems from PE in high school.
never
Alex
put
having
my
a
hand on a
repressed memory.
fucking slug in high school. I was just bad at.
Are you forcing Simon to work out as well?
No.
Ishri is.
Excellent.
Simon
Is Ishri
does
forcing
not.
Walker or Owen to do anything?
Um,
Owen's not
probably.
there. Owen goes on a walk again.
She will probably say, Walker, you should join. Come on. And she's not going to force him to, but she's going to strongly encourage it.
I'm busy, Ishri. Is his response.
But she just
All right.
Good interaction, Hannah.
Sorry, Simon, you're stuck. You gotta join the push-ups gang.
Just do like one.
Be more willful, easy.
You'll do so much better than both Rom and Amari. It's fine.
It's really funny. We're gonna see the fucking buff wizard in action here.
Just don't put your hand on a slug.
Just roll a 20. I mean,
So
honestly, come on.
athletics. Got
Alex,
it.
stop talking about slugs.
What is with you and slugs, Alex?
Ishri, it seems this morning you're the only one who's really impressing. Rom, who's normally in pretty good shape and pretty good about these things, not exactly doing what she expected. Amari is absolutely embarrassing himself in almost every way, especially given he is doing this on garish soil. And, well, Simon's doing his best.
Ishri's then just giving, like, form tips the entire time.
Oh, Amari's like trying to do him on his knees. She's like, no, you have to do them on your feet. No, you're not 7. Oh. Owen, you are given plenty of time to make sure that you properly composed your sending, that you have ready to send to your mother.
So around the appropriate time, he's probably still out. I would like to establish that Owen would have like left enough tea and breakfast for when Evian, like he would have set a portion aside for him, so when he gets up, he's
A
got
big
something.
ol' one.
Yeah, a big Evian-sized portion.
I imagine
really cool.
poor fucking
It's really cool
Evian
that-
has like, at this point, he's getting up, he's eating, and then it's like, nope, back to bed.
It's really fun that Owen filled Evian's big gulp with tea.
His big gulp. I
What
don't
a
know
big
why that's so
gulp.
funny. Evian does strike me as a big gulp kind of guy.
I might run and
Yeah.
get Big Gulp after D&D's over.
Oh,
I
you
feel
know
like
it,
I feel
bro.
like Evian would be a truck driver if he were living in real life.
I don't think that's quite right.
And he'd drink
truck
big
driver-
gulps every day.
A truck driver who practices martial arts in his spare time.
Yeah, he owns like a dojo.
I'm
like, in
pretty
his own
sure
town.
that's a pro wrestler that Alex told me about one time. Anyway,
Anyway, Owen will, after he
Truck
does that for
driver,
Evian and
okay.
goes on his walk, he waits until the appropriate time of day, and then he will, this time for sure, he will face in the proper direction, kind of kneel down wherever he is, woods or the fields. He will speak to the wind, focusing on Fiona. He will say, "Is there any news, Mother? Mayor needs answers, and time is short. What can I tell him? Love always."
there's a momentary pause, and the wind slows to a almost crawl, and then stops completely, and then it turns in the other direction now, coming from the northwest. Very quickly, a gust about you, and on it her words. Your father's willing to listen, and he's willing to bring it up at the meeting. I saw to that. The rest will be up to you. After that, I hope you're doing well. I found a new recipe for bread I really want to try.
Wholesome mom 100.
Oh, Owen,
At
Owen
Liam
gets
moment.
a big smile, and he's going to make his way back to the group, looking
can I-
in slightly better spirits than he has been.
Can I get a moment with the boy with the camp real quick?
Sure.
Is Evian asleep or is he just lying down resting?
I would imagine at this point he's
Um,
just in forced bed rest, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I imagine he got up and had
imagine that
breakfast.
after waking up and eating, he can't really sleep too well, but he's trying his damnedest.
For the sake of my headcanon, I like to think that Evian is relatively near the campfire, keeping warm, etc.
Yeah.
So Walker will just, Evian,
Mm.
take these. And Walker
Are
will
they
toss a
drugs?
small baggie towards Evian's pack, I guess.
What, are the cops on the way?
Are they drugs? what was I just given? What are these?
Caltrops.
Oh, okay. Do I
Yeah.
eat them?
You might.
What are they?
You ever step on a caltrop before?
Nope.
Or it's like hell. You throw the bag down while you're running. Anyone chasing you will, they'll be slowed down quite a bit.
Hmm.
You never know when
That's
you might need
useful.
something like that.
No, that is very helpful. I will hold on to these.
You have any rope?
Yes.
You do?
I do.
Good. That's all Walker had.
Am I supposed to use them with the rope, or?
No. Just preparing for things.
Wait, I have an idea. You could
How many should I add? How many?
It's a bag of caltrops.
power bomb Amari onto the caltrops.
Oh no.
No, he might die.
Yeah, that could kill the boy.
Anyway, make sure you add a bag of wooden caltrops to your inventory. I'm putting mine down to 2 instead from 3.
So, with that, Owen, you return back to the group in higher spirits.
It is time, everyone. Let's go and
Without
see Amir.
another word, Walker's gonna get up and start packing.
Owen's going to make his way Evian's side and kneel down next to him if he's sitting.
Notice the conspicuous bag of caltrops sitting next to his bed.
No, Evian was.
Why didn't I get one?
He's probably up
Where's my
and
set?
about at this point. To be
I
honest,
think, didn't Rick give you all some caltrops when he first met you?
Yeah, I think so.
No, you didn't give me any.
Oh, go ahead and roll another hit die, Evian.
Oh my man.
See, the caltrops really helped you.
I do. I have a
Caltrops.
bag of 20 caltrops.
It's
that
all
Rick
the
gave.
caltrips.
All right, you're
Good roll.
looking pretty fucking like he's pretty close to fucking 100% now. Good old Evans looking a lot better.
In meta terms, that means I'm 1 HP down total.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yay!
That is pretty good. The caltrops did wonders.
Yeah, I know.
Walker's eyes are still weird.
Okay, I was actually
case.
about to ask.
Yeah. I figured because you've camped for a couple days now, and yes, Walker's eyes are still weird.
Well, that's what it is.
So is that like a permanent thing, or?
I think Owen was about to say something to Evian.
Hey,
You are correct.
We can get to that question afterwards.
Yeah. Owen, he comes up to Evian and kind of, he does the doctor thing where he's just like, "Oh, let me take a look at you." And
Actually
pretty-
feeling a lot better today.
you look better as well.
Well, I always look wonderful.
That you do, my friend. I'm glad to see you well.
Ready to get into another fight, so I almost die again? Not
If
with
you
the
don't-
townspeople.
I want to add. I think during the part of the conversation where they say, where Evian says, "I always look good" or something like that. I'm sure the big passive perception boys can see Walker looking into the knife once more as he finishes his set of caltrops, looking through the knife at his eyes before putting it away.
I don't, I don't know if I have anything for that.
Walker, is that permanent? Do you know?
How can I know?
Fair.
Ishri didn't already roll for this? Is there any chance she could
She rolled
roll for
very
this?
bad. She rolled very bad.
Yeah,
Can't
she
remember.
wasn't paying attention in school when they learned about the funny eye.
That's the usual response for any time I ask to roll anything. So yep.
I mean, I'm sure I already rolled for this too, right? Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
shit
Yeah,
about
you
shit.
guys you guys rolled the
Yeah.
shit out of this when it first
In
happened to Walker.
combination, not
You know who hasn't rolled? Me.
Yeah, you wouldn't know anything about him, Ari.
Yeah, I was about to say I just default don't know.
Cock blocked by the DM.
I cock-blocked myself, to be fair, because I knew the answer before I asked it.
Anyway, so with that, you guys are heading back to Hobarton?
Yeah, Owen will lead the way back to Hobarton.
This time, it is a little bit less tense. There aren't a comical army of people meeting you, though obviously there's still the expectation that you leave your horses and your weapons and things outside, just to err on the side of caution. And you are not escorted, but unofficially escorted to the mayor's office where you head inside. And, well, okay, I don't think I was expected to take quite so long, but, news?
Aye. That is good news, I hope. There is, I don't know if I said yesterday, but there is to be a meeting of the Kens in Ashtuin.
I think you mentioned. At least kind of. For sure.
My mother has told me that I will at least be allowed to speak on your behalf at the meeting. Make your case.
It's a lot of trust we're gonna be putting in you then.
If you wish to have someone represent you as well.
He purses his lips a little bit and shakes his head. I think the less of us that's there, the more, the better our representing's gonna be, really.
That is your wish.
That what I'm telling him?
They deserve the truth. What I say.
Alright, well. That's what we'll do then. You do your damnedest to do things on your end, I'll do it on mine. Where do you want them? When I send them, where are they meeting?
Send them to Nashtuin.
All the way? Alright.
That is, as far as I know, where the army will be gathering.
They're under your command, not Garland's right now. These men and women are gonna be your responsibility. Made that very clear yesterday.
Should I go and meet them? They should know who they follow.
Pauses for a moment. Could send them to the post. Meet you there. I know you're in a hurry. I expect it might be a couple days before we gather them all.
Perhaps we will meet them on the road then. Plan to travel to Hatherton.
He gives a bit of a nod. Alright. I'll do what I can, you do what you can. Worst case scenario, they'll be waiting for you in Nashtuin, or you'll be waiting for them. Here's to hoping this goes well. Damn well hope I put my faith in the right thing here. He purses his lips again.
We're all there, correct?
Yeah.
Evian will speak up and say,
There is not a man you could better place trust in for this.
I hope that's true. There's another pause, and he just... You can tell this guy is like, he thinks he's risking everything right now on this. So. Thank you for giving this a chance, Owen McDurk.
It is
Thank you
I
for giving us a chance.
propose you, thanks, giving us a chance after being tossed aside by so many.
Yeah. Yeah, this is, I suppose this is a tenuous trust, and we both have to hope it works out well for all of us.
Aye.
I'd offer you stay around, but I have a feeling grand majority won't really be welcoming to you no matter what you do till this is all settled, so perhaps you should just get on the road.
Unless you think there is more to be said or discussed. And Owen doesn't just look at the mayor, he looks around at everybody.
Did Owen say something that needed a response?
He asked if there was anything else that needed to be discussed.
Ah, thanks.
Well, with everyone holding their peace.
Do you remember what
see-
I said yesterday? Before you met Owen.
What in particular? A lot of people say a lot of things to me.
Mr. Forson certainly could use the help with his house.
We'll see what we can do. Gives another little half smile. And he starts
With Yoli.
shaking hands as he talks.
Victory gives him a hug.
That,
Someone stops.
Ishri.
Someone stops Ishri. Someone stops her.
Probably
is it
Amari.
Evian? I hope.
It's Evian.
Probably Amari.
Yeah,
Oh.
Evian will grab Ishri's shoulder and say, maybe not this time.
yeah, that was, he, like, awkward, like, as you then go for, he does, like, the awkward half hug? Not really sure.
I have a question for you, sir. She's gonna say this in Lenorian, obviously. Do you genuinely believe that war will come to you and your people, and will make your lives worse?
I do. There's, no chance it doesn't. I don't think. It's a matter of when, not if. As Owen has stated, time and again.
Ishri just nods.
Rom will try to give him a reassuring smile when she shakes his.
He gives a half reassuring smile back. So, as you guys finish brokering this deal and pack your things once more, you head back out of Hobarton, back to Nashdween.
As soon as we're across the bridge, Walker says to Ishri, "Stop trying to hug people. It's inappropriate."
Okay. Okay. Sure. Okay.
And
But is
you
it okay?
guys start to make tracks out of the valley and back towards the Dokar post. With the inevitable meeting towards Nashdween and the meeting of the kins, figuring out what is next for the country of Garland and taking back their land from the red band that currently sit in almost all of the land of Kintaran. So, as you think about how well that went, the things you could have done better, the things you couldn't have, and focus on what may be next, what the next leg of this war is, at least for you as a group.
We didn't talk about that one guy to him.
These things happen. You got sending. We will go ahead.
Get to it, Nick.
Oh. And end tonight's session.
Man, I'm sorry to ruin your fun,
have a
Hannah.
stroke?
No, I just died of stress.
The joke is dead. I realized that tonight, so I put it in my notes to remind myself to not do it anymore.
It's never dead.
What a great D&D.
I
hope you guys
I'm sorry
enjoyed
I'm
it.
ruining your fun, Hannah.
Oh,
No,
Christ.
I realized it.
You realized what?